Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, today we are going to begin our quest to review all of the different unit types in Battlefields of Mana. And where better to begin than right here with a core unit in any army, Swordsmen. Now the unit you're looking at is a unit of Swordsmen from the Lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse. What I'm going to try to do in these videos is show you a unit of both. There are equivalent units in both the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice and the Lunar Knights. So we'll show a Lunar Knight unit first and then pop a Regal Guard unit of Swordsmen up there next. The stats are the same, it's just the models and their paint schemes which are different. And I don't know if I'll call this out in every video, but it'll be in the description of every video though, that these figures are from Alternative Armies in the United Kingdom, Scotland to be specific. Not only are the figures manufactured there, but they also will accept your commission to have them paint them for you as well. Not only that, but if you see they're on a little movement tray. That was something I wanted to do for Battlefields of Mana, and they made that a reality as well. So they make custom base sizes, they'll base your figures, assemble your figures, paint your figures, and ship them to you. Check my main channel for the unboxing of all 1,100 plus figures that I had them commission. But enough of that. Let's get into the details of what makes a swordsman unit unique, because it's also fairly common. So what makes them stand out? Well, I have the stat card listed here as well. We're going to go through that top to bottom. So a unit of swordsmen, attack dice 2. That value is how many attack dice each figure in the front rank receives when they're battling. Or, if they're battling in the rear, battling on the side. The number of figures in contact with an opposing unit, that's how many attack dice per figure they'll get to roll. So if the swordsmen are attacking from their front, they will get 2 dice apiece for a total of 6 dice. The combat strength section is where any special abilities listed for attacks would be written out. And in this case, swordsmen do not have any special combat strength abilities. They do have an armor value of 2, which you'll probably note as we go through this series. That is fairly average. An armor value is the target number that the opponent needs to exceed in order to hit this unit. So with an armor value of 2, that means on the attack dice, the opponent needs 3s or better. Defense. This section is where any defensive special abilities will be listed. They being swordsmen, have a special ability known as parry. So parry means after the attacker has rolled their dice, removed any 2s or less, only 3s or better got through, the swordsman, as per combat rules in Battlefields of Mana, will then get to roll an equal number of defense dice as attack dice that got through. Now, if there are still any attack dice left after the defense die roll, normally those would be taken as wounds, but the swordsmen, because of their superior ability with a blade, they do have the potential to roll some parry saves. Now that is rolled on standard D6 dice, and any 6s rolled negate an additional wound. Range, of course, a unit of swordsmen do not have any ranged attack, so that range value is 0. Movement is in inches, so with one standard movement action, a unit of swordsmen can move straight ahead or wheel up to 4 inches. Moving backwards or side to side is half speed, as is moving through some difficult terrain, but a standard forward wheel, forward move is 4 inches. Of course, a unit can use both of their actions on a turn to move twice if they wish, so this unit of swordsmen could speed up the battlefield 8 inches. Now that may not seem like much until you recall that Battlefields of Mana is typically played on a 2-foot by 2-foot battlefield, so that's a decent amount. They can squeak up the battlefield about a third of the way in a single turn. Now, what I've actually loved doing lately is a 3 foot wide by 2 foot deep. So you're still 2 feet away from your opponent, but you have a wider deployment zone. So I'm loving that. But typical 2 by 2 foot is the battlefield size. And then initiative bonus of +2. So what's that mean? Well, in combat, both units get to strike. Now, initiative bonus is everything because that is going to be added to the roll of a d6 and compared to your opponent's roll. Now, there's so many initiative modifiers: being outnumbered, being panicked, which is having your unit reduced to half or less of its starting size. So the 6-man unit, once they lost 3 figures, 3 soldiers, they would then be panicked, which is a -1 modifier to initiative. I'm not going to get into all the initiative modifiers, just know that, attacking a unit's flank would give you an initiative bonus, or being outnumbered would be an initiative negative. So in this case, though, straight up, swordsmen have a +2 to their d6 initiative roll. And that's also, you'll find, pretty common. For standard infantry, you'll notice armor values of 2, movement of 4, initiative of +2 is going to be the typical thing. Health, that is health points per figure in the unit. So each figure in the unit has a health of 2. So every 2 wounds that a unit takes is a casualty. And because of the way that Battlefields of Mana is played, casualties are removed right off the base. Oh my god, this was absolutely a design choice that I knew had to be the case from day one. I wanted individual casualty removal, and these little movement templates make that happen and make it so easy. And yeah, so every 2 HP wounded that a unit takes is a casualty removed. You always remove the banner bearer last. The banner bearer in all of these units that you'll be seeing has the unit type painted right on the flag. So you'll notice a little sword there on the flag. The standard bearer the banner bearer is removed last as a casualty. That way you'll know first of all, who controls the unit. You'll see that the Lunar Knights are this purple, blue, black, kind of darker color scheme. And in most cases, on the banner bearer shield, you'll see a little crescent moon. So you'll not only see who owned the unit, but also what type of unit it was. And then we go to any additional abilities not already previously called out. Eventually we'll see some more unique abilities. In this case, though, the swordsmen don't have any. And then the cost is 2. So like most war games, when you're building your own custom army, you'll have a point value up to which you can include various units that have different point costs. So this very basic unit of swordsmen costs 2 points. Now, it's not 2 points per figure, because in Battlefields of Mana, you don't deviate the unit size any. So you can't have a 10-man unit of swordsmen. Every infantry unit in the game is 6 men strong, including 1 standard bearer, 1 banner bearer. So that unit itself, this 6-man unit you're looking at right now, is a 2-point cost to include in your army. Now we also have some special guests here. We have some swordsmen from the Regal Guard. So you'll notice, again, sword on the flag. Regal Guard color scheme is more bright, more colorful, more Renaissance-like. In this case, they all have suns painted on their shields. But this is just a cool way on the battlefield that you'll not only have various units in terms of the way the models are painted, but also different sculpts as well. So I absolutely love that. And then, of course, they all have their own stat card as well, with their own model in the picture. So, for example, the Lunar Knight Swordsman card has the Lunar Knight model, whereas the Regal Guard has the Regal Guard model. Of course, again, all the stats are the same. I think maybe I'll mention it here. I don't know how often I'll mention it in other unit review videos, but you can have up to 4 of any specific unit type in your army. So you can have up to 4 units of swordsmen, up to 4 units of any other unit type as well. All right, folks, this one ran a little probably longer than I would like, but we went over a lot of background information, especially because this is the first of this video type. But I'm excited to finally get this done. Look at those swordsmen. Those are such handsome models. Again, Alternative Armies. And this has been a look at swordsmen in Battlefields of Mana. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it. And until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to the unit review series for Battlefields of Mana, where we are going to be taking a look at every single different unit type in the game. Now, this is the second in the series. Now, it doesn't matter in what order you watch them. I just wanted to call this out because the first video we shot was basically the most standard, common melee infantry unit in the game. So I wanted to follow that up with the basic, common, standard ranged unit in the game. This is, of course, archers. Now, folks, let's go top to bottom in the archer stat card. As you can see here, this is a unit of Regal Guard archers. Now, there's not much difference. Well, there is no difference in the stats between a Lunar Knight unit of archers and a Regal Guard unit of archers. Every army, and I think I may do a kind of an introductory video to kind of explain, so we're not talking about this in every unit review, but there are identical units in both armies, so both players have the same types of units to pick from. So a Regal Guard unit of archers is identical to a Lunar Knight unit of archers. They just look different. In fact, let's take a look right now at what a Lunar Knight unit of archers looks like. So you'll see they have the crescent moon on the shield. They're a little darker color scheme, different models in general, different poses. And of course, their unit stat card also has their model's image on the card. And the stats are identical to the Regal Guard unit of archers, which you see here. I typically put my favorite of the two on the turntable for these, because look at these archers. My God, I just freaking love them. As always, a bow and arrow, whatever the unit type is, on the flag of the banner bearer. Every unit of infantry in the game, and cavalry for that matter. The only exception are single figures, heroes, and monsters typically, that aren't 6 figures, but every other unit, standard infantry and cavalry, are 6-figure units, including a banner bearer. So starting with attack dice. Now this is attack die 1. So that means every figure gets 1 die during attacks. Now, with a ranged unit, any unit that has a range value greater than 0, they get supporting attacks from that back rank. Supporting attacks are always 1 die anyway. So when this unit of archers shoots, they get, assuming they haven't taken casualties yet, 6 attack dice total. So, attack dice 1 means every figure in the unit gets 1 attack die. Combat strength is -1 in melee. These archers do not want to have anything to do with a close combat encounter. So that means if they are fighting in melee, their attack dice are all -1, of course, to a minimum of 1. They only have an armor value of 1, and that means opposing units that are attacking them, whether close combat or at range, need to roll 2s or better in order to hit them. Now, the archer's defense is also -1 in melee, which means when they are being attacked in close combat, not only when they attack are their attack dice all -1, but when they're defending, their defense dice are all -1. So what does that tell you right off the bat? Well, that means any 6s rolled by the opponent for an attack automatically are going to become wounds, because obviously at a -1 with an attack die of a d6, you're going to be rolling a max of 5. So that means you gotta protect your archers. You don't want them in melee situations. Range value of 12. That is a fantastic range when you think a typical Battlefields of Mana battles on a 2-foot by 2-foot board. So they're shooting long range, and they have a movement of 4, so 4 inches per movement action that they take, and initiative bonus of +1. So that is fairly low. You know, common initiative bonus is typically 2, but these archers, and you only roll initiative bonuses typically in a close combat situation. So again, just keep your archers out of close combat. With initiative bonus of +1, that gets added to a d6, and that is the initiative total, determining who goes first in close combat. Health of 2, you'll typically see that for all units, unless they're single figures, heroes, or monsters. So every archer in this unit has a health of 2, so every 2 wounds the unit takes is a casualty removed, and as always, we gotta see it. Pop the little guys right off there. Absolutely love the movement trays. 15mm figures. I don't think I mentioned that in the Swordsman review, but they are just handsome little guys. And they have an ability, or in this case, I guess I should say, a disability. Move to fire. That means if they literally moved to fire in order to get their shots off this turn, then all of their attack dice are -1. So typically a stationary unit of archers that doesn't move and then shoots will get, you know, straight up whatever they roll on their attack dice is what they roll. But if they moved to get into a better position and then fired in the same turn, those attack dice are -1. So you're saying, well, it sounds like a lot of cons. Well, I will say this. I know the little thing's kind of covering it up. Look at the bottom stat, which is their cost. It's only 2. Only 2 points to include a unit of archers in your army. So you can imagine having multiple units very cheaply shooting a foot away, hopefully without having taken casualties yet. They'll get a full complement of 6 attacks. If they didn't move, those are straight up die rolls. And that's what I absolutely love. A very versatile, cheap unit. Throw them out there, you know, lure enemies in. Okay, you're pushing your archers up. Okay, well, maybe I'll come after them. And then that's when you can flank them, you know, make them cry for having taken the bait. But there you have it, folks. That was a look at a bare bones common standard unit of archers in Battlefields of Mana. We have way more exciting ranged units. Of course, this was just your standard archer unit, but I appreciate you all so much for watching, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. This time, we have Peasant Militia, folks. If you thought the Swordsmen were the most basic melee unit in the game, let me introduce you to Peasant Militia. Normally we start from top down, but let's take a look at that bottom stat, their cost. This is the single cheapest full unit in the game, a single point. This unit of 6 is a single point to add to your army. As you can see, there's a little pitchfork icon on the flag to denote that this is, in fact, a unit of Peasant Militia. I will also say this is the only core unit in the game that has multiple poses of figures in the same unit. Now, this is a Regal Guard unit of Peasant Militia. We also have a Lunar Knight unit of Peasant Militia that I'll show in just a second. But from this Regal Guard unit, you can see a couple of poses here. You can see a few of them have pitchforks in hand. You can also see a couple of them have scythes in hand, just like they ran off the farm and joined up with the Regal Guard for a cause. Now, before we get too far into it, let's also take a peek at the Lunar Knights unit of Peasant Militia. Again, as always, Lunar Knights have a different color scheme, different models in general. These guys have bills and spears as their weapons of choice. That was done by design. I figured the Lunar Knights are more imperialistic. They probably armed their civilians a little better if they are conscripted into service. And Regal Guard, you know, I can imagine them being just more like average peasants, more like average citizens. So starting from the top, attack dice 1. That means each figure in the unit contributes 1 attack die in combat. They don't get the back row supporting attacks. Typically, when we talk about figures with the polearm special ability, if a unit is attacking or defending against this unit of Peasant Militia from the front, a unit of polearm would give a supporting attack of the rear rank. And I only mention that this unit does not have polearm because you might think, well, pitchforks are kind of a longer weapon. But no, in this case, Peasant Militia don't have the polearm special ability, so attacks from the front or the side are just 1 single rank deep, and each figure only contributes a single d6 attack die. Combat strength is nothing. No special abilities for combat strength. Armor is 1. That means opponents only need to roll 2s or better in order to hit them. Peasant Militia have a defense of nothing. And this defense category is just their any kind of defensive special abilities. They'll still get defense dice rolled against any attack dice that get through their armor, but they don't have any additional defensive special abilities. Range, of course, is 0. They have no range weaponry. Movement is 4, typical for standard infantry type units, at least those that aren't over encumbered like some we'll see in a little bit. 4 inches of movement per movement action. Initiative bonus of +0. This is the lowest initiative bonus in the game. The peasants don't have any additional initiative modifiers that will affect their roll of the die when determining who goes first in melee. Health 2, as typical for, figures in a unit. 2 health per figure in the unit means every 2 wounds that this unit suffers, a casualty will be removed. Individual casualty removal was so important to me when designing the game. Had to do it, and love the little movement trays that Alternative Armies was able to create for me for the game. And then ability, or I guess I should call it a disability. They have an attribute here called Rabble. That means, because, they're not trained soldiers, they are rabble. Anytime you roll a 6, whether that is as part of a defense roll, an attack roll, even an initiative roll, 6s are re-rolled. That's right. Now, if it's still a 6 the second time, the Peasant Militia gets to keep it. But if it is, they roll that 6, you gotta re-roll it. That is a disability called Rabble. And then the cost we talked about earlier, 1, a single point. They're actually not the worst melee unit in the game. If you look at crossbows or archers, they suffer negative modifiers to attack and defense die rolls in close combat. So Peasant Militia at least have that going for them, though they do have to re-roll 6s. But that's it, folks. That is the least expensive unit in the game. Unit of Peasant Militia. You gotta love it. That it's especially helpful for when you're rounding out a force and you have a single point left. Well, you can take one of your other units and maybe trade it out for something 1 more point expensive, or you can fill that 1 point gap in with, oh, that's right, a unit of Peasant Militia. Fantastic fodder to throw out in front of they're a human barricade to protect your archers from cavalry coming up the flank or what have you. All right, folks, that is it. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to the unit review series for Battlefields of Mana. Folks, today we are going to be taking a look at Crossbowmen. So this is the next level up, the next stage up above archers in the ranged infantry series. So, Crossbowmen. Here we have a unit of Lunar Knight Crossbowmen. You can see that, obviously, with a crescent moon on the shield, the darker purplish blue black color scheme, crossbow on the banner bearer to denote that's exactly what the unit is. Regal Guard crossbows look something like this. So they're a little brighter, more Renaissance color scheme, but of course, as always, stats are the same. So, crossbows, what makes them better than archers? As well, I'll say better in some ways, not in every category. Also, this is the, if you're watching these in order, most expensive unit yet at 3 points. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's start at the top. Crossbowmen, attack dice 1. Once again, in range, you do get supporting attacks from the second rank, so every figure in this unit, when shooting, gets an attack dice. So that's a maximum of 6 attack dice rolled for a ranged attack. In melee, it would only be a single die for the rank involved in the close combat attack. Combat strength, here's where it gets a little wonky. +1. -1 in melee. What that means is when firing, they get a +1 to their attack dice. This is where crossbows excel above and beyond archers. Crossbows get a +1 to their attack dice when firing. However, just like archers, they are not meant to be in close combat. They get a -1 to all of their attack dice in melee. Now, their armor's once again 1, so 2s or better is all an opponent needs to roll in order to hit them. Defensive special disability is also just like for attacking. They're -1 to their defense dice in melee. Range is 8, so here's where they actually suffer a little bit. Related to archers. Archers have a range of 12. Crossbows have a shorter range, but they pack a harder punch. Movement, 4 inches. Typical infantry movement, 4 inches per movement action. Of course, you can move up to twice in a turn for 8 inches. Initiative bonus, +1. So if you saw the Peasant Militia, they were initiative bonus of +0. So crossbows, even though they're not meant to be in close combat, do have at least an initiative bonus of +1 when rolling to see who goes first in melee. Health 2, as per usual for infantry and cavalry, just, actual soldier units. Ability. Again, more like a disability. Move to fire. That means if they are stationary and shoot in a single turn, they don't suffer that penalty. But if they, as it says, move in order to fire, to maybe get a better position, get someone in range, they do suffer a -1 penalty to all of their attack dice. However, unlike the archers, where that can be pretty detrimental, crossbows, because of that combat strength of +1, kind of negates the move to fire disability. So when they are moving and shooting, they cancel each other out, and it's just a straight up attack roll. So that is what makes crossbows fantastic. So they're not hurt as bad if they're on the move. However, if they are stationary, they are deadly with that +1. Which brings us to that last stat, the cost, which is why they cost 3 points to include a unit of crossbowmen into your army. 3 points is the most expensive unit we've seen so far, but as you will soon see if you keep watching the series, it is nowhere near the most expensive unit in the game, still a relatively reasonably priced unit, especially when you think you are shooting a third of the way across the battlefield on a 2-foot by 2-foot board with a +1 to all your attack dice. That's pretty darn good. All right, folks, that is going to wrap this one up. That has been our look at Crossbowmen in Battlefields of Mana. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to the unit review series for Battlefields of Mana. Now, this installment has to be my favorite unit so far, maybe one of my favorite units in general. This is the Axemen. Now, in addition to just how freaking awesome the figures look at this. Now, of course, we're looking at Regal Guard Axemen. We'll take a look at Lunar Knight Axemen in a second. Honestly, one of the unit types where both armies have figures that I absolutely love. You know, like, I love the Lunar Knight Swordsman more than the look of the Regal Guard Swordsman, but in this case, both armies' Axemen look amazing. But anyway, love the Regal Guard Sons on the shields, love the pose of holding the axe to the side. Of course, you've got the axe painted on the banner bearer so that when the unit does end up getting whittled down to just a single figure remaining, banner bearers always remove last, so you could easily identify what the unit type is in terms of being able to apply accurately their special abilities and stats, as we're about to go through in a second. But let's take a look at the Lunar Knight Axemen. So these guys, fully decked out in armor, holding big, heavy axes in hand. Of course, Lunar Knights having the Crescent Moon shield on the banner bearer. Still love the freehand axe on the banner. They even did the axes on the banner differently, so you can see that axe on the Lunar Knight banner, that axe on the Regal Guard banner. And let's now talk stats. What exactly makes these Axemen unique? They're still a core infantry unit melee specialty. And we're looking at attack dice here. For a while, when we talked about archers, peasant militia, crossbowmen, they've all been 1s. Finally, we're back up to 2 attack dice per figure in close combat. Here's what makes Axemen amazing. Now, first, let's actually skip past the combat strength ability for a second. We'll come back to that. Armor value 2, which means opponents need to roll 3s or better in order to hit them. No special defensive abilities to go along with their typical defense roll. No range, of course. Their movement, though, is a little more sluggish because of the equipment they're carrying, their heavy weaponry. They do move a little slower, 3 inches in a single movement action. Of course, if you take 2 movement actions in a turn, that bumps it up to 6 inches. Initiative bonus of +2, so added to a D6 initiative die roll-off when determining who goes first in close combat. Health, as per usual, as you see on these units, 2 HP per figure, which means it takes 2 wounds to eliminate each one of these little guys. I mean, just look at this. Are you kidding me? Look at the detail on that guy. Again, manufactured and painted for me by Alternative Armies. Link in the description. Ability. Let's talk about this ability, and then we'll go back to the combat strength ability. So, their overall ability is Brutality. What is Brutality? Brutality states that when this unit of Axemen roll their attack dice, any dice that fail to pierce the defender's armor get to be re-rolled. That doesn't mean re-roll the whole thing, even the ones that did get through. Just the ones that failed to exceed the opponent's armor value get re-rolled. So we're rolling 6 dice. Opponent has armor value 2, which means we need 3s or better. That means after we roll our 6 dice, any dice that show a result of a 1 or a 2, we get to re-roll. Just a single re-roll, so we don't get to keep re-rolling, but that will definitely help if All too common. You roll an attack die roll and you're looking at 1s, 2s, and 3s and you're like, are you kidding me? Well, at least the 1s and 2s we can re-roll in that scenario. So that's brutality. That's what makes these axes so good at a cost of 3. Now that's tied with crossbows for the most expensive unit so far, but that's honestly not that bad. 3 points to include this unit of Axemen in your army, and we haven't even gotten to their other special ability yet. Let's back it up to the combat strength ability of Fury. What is Fury? Well, typically, when a unit is whittled down to half or less of its figures remaining, and of course, if you watch the introductory video that I haven't even recorded yet but plan to, where I kind of go over the basics of unit composition, a unit in Battlefields of Mana of standard infantry or cavalry is 6 men strong, or women, 6 men or women strong. You have a panic when you are taken down to half or less of your unit size. So if you lose 3 figures, that's 6 or more total wounds, the unit becomes panicked, not Axemen. Instead, Axemen trigger their Fury ability. They become furious if you whittle them down to half or less remaining. That means they get a +1 added to every one of their attack dice. You heard that right. We're rolling 6 dice. You add 1 to all of those dice. Any of those dice after the +1 that still did not pierce the defender's armor get to be re-rolled thanks to brutality, and those re-rolls are still +1. The Axemen are just a straight up powerhouse when it comes to offensive capabilities, especially when they are furious. And units with that Fury special ability are immune to panic. Panic is a -1 modifier to your initiative roll-off, which can spell life or death when you are whittled down so low, because obviously if I'm hitting you from the front, you get 2 attack dice per figure in the front rank in this case. So if you are whittled down to half or less, just the front 3 left, and then you start losing guys off the front, you are now losing attack dice. So going second means you risk casualties and losing attack dice. Well, Axemen don't give 2 craps. They do not suffer that panic, so they do not suffer that negative initiative modifier. Of course, they could still roll poorly and end up going second anyway, but still, they don't panic. They're furious, and that's why I absolutely love them. For 3 points, add a unit of Axemen to your army today. And folks, I just want to thank you all so much for watching. This has been a unit review of Axemen for Battlefields of Mana, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. This time we're looking at Spearmen, a staple in any medieval army. In this case, Spearmen are pretty special. So, as you can see, we have a unit of Regal Guard Spearmen on the turntable now in their bright Renaissance color scheme. You can see the spear on the banner bearer, denoting that that is, in fact, what that unit is. Stat card listing all of its attributes, which we will go through in just a second, but I did also want to show off what a Lunar Knight unit of Spearmen happens to look like. So as you can see in their darker purple-blue color scheme, all of which have shields with a crescent moon, spear on the banner. Of course, I don't show this all the time, but their little stat card has their own figure pictured there. Of course, stats, as always, the same between the 2 armies. And then when we take a look at the stats, let's go top down. So attack dice, 2 dice per figure in close combat. Combat strength, there is no outright combat strength added to the attack die roll, though there are some offensive Special abilities we'll talk about in just a second, and then let's move on to armor. So armor 2 means the opponent needs to roll 3s or better in order to hit them. Spearmen will get their defense roll, however, there is no defensive special ability to add to that. Range of 0, movement as usual with infantry that aren't over encumbered as some, as we saw the Axemen had a lesser movement, but spears have movement of 4 inches per movement action, so 2 movement actions in a turn means they can move up to 8 inches. Initiative bonus of +2, so in close combat they're adding 2 to the result of a d6 roll. And then health 2 as per usual with infantry and cavalry, so every 2 wounds that the unit takes is a casualty removed, and that is a big deal when we talk about what that next stat means, their ability, polearm. So polearm is basically 3 distinct abilities in one. First of all, let's back up a bit. A typical melee unit like Axemen, Swordsmen, what have you, only get the direct figures in close combat with an opponent. They're the only ones that get to roll attack dice. There are no supporting attacks. With polearm, a unit that is engaged to the unit with polearm in the front rank means everyone in the front rank gets to attack. Everyone in the back rank of a unit with polearm also gets to contribute a supporting attack. Supporting attacks are always a single die. So in this instance, if a unit was attacking this spearman unit in the front rank, spearmen get 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 attack dice. That ability doesn't count if the spears are being attacked in the flank or the rear. It's just the units in contact with the opponent that get to attack. But if the spears are attacking a unit in their front rank, they get those supporting attacks in the back, which is a big deal. And again, why, if they do start losing figures off that back rank, they are losing attack dice. So that's the first benefit of polearm, is it gives them a back rank of supporting attacks. The next benefit is that they get the ability to attack first in the first round of each close combat that they are in. So usually 2 units are in close contact, engaged with each other, close combat phase comes up. Normally, it's an initiative roll-off. Add your initiative bonuses to a d6 and see who goes first. Spears, or should I say any unit with the polearm special ability, gets to attack first. Now, if they are attacking another unit with polearm, it's simultaneous. But assuming that the other unit doesn't have polearm, you can imagine a unit that comes into contact with spears, or the spearmen unit themselves coming into contact with an opponent. Either way, polearm unit is striking first. Now, that's a big deal, obviously, especially when you're talking about one of your benefits being having that back rank of supporting attacks. You start losing those guys, you start losing attack dice. So for guaranteed, typically, at least for the first combat that they're a part of, getting to go first means they are going to get all 9 of those attack dice, which is pretty sweet. Now, the third and final benefit of polearm is that they get to re-roll die results of 1 in combat with units that have the cavalry special ability. So they are a little bit better against cavalry units, mounted units. When they are attacking, let's say we roll our 9 attack dice and we're attacking a unit of light cav. Well, when we roll those 9 dice, any ones we get to re-roll 1 time. So that's a little bonus. Shows a little, weakness of mounted units against units with polearm. So that is the third benefit. So to recap, we get supporting attacks from the rear rank. We get to go first in the first round of a close combat engagement. And if we are going up against cavalry, we get to re-roll 1s. So in attack dice. So that is what makes a Spearman unit so amazing. And the cost is only 2 points. Only 2 points to include a unit of Spearmen in your army. So consider including a unit of Spears in your Battlefields of Mana army today. And that is it. That's going to wrap up Spearmen. So folks, thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it. And until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. This time, we're taking a look at a very unique unit type known as Bidowers. Now, you may be saying, I've never even heard of Bidowers before. Well, join the club. It wasn't even until recently when I was researching kind of medieval unit types and whatnot that I even came across Bidowers. Now, they could also be used as, javelin throwers. In this case, that's pretty much what they are. They are pole arm chuckers, chucking these pole arms. Basically like spear throwers, javelin throwers. When I was coming up with an icon to use on the banners, because I had Alternative Armies paint these for me, and I came up, I wanted their unit type to be painted on the banner. In Battlefields of Mana, you remove the banner bearer last so you can identify what the unit type was. And, I was like, well, we already have Spearmen spears. What kind of icon can I even use to denote that these are Bidowers? Well, I ended up just coming up with a griffin. I was like, put a little griffin on there. And honestly, they did a fantastic job. As you can see, this is a unit of Regal Guard Bidowers. Of course, we also do have a unit of Lunar Knight Bidowers as well. Almost looks like a chicken on that one on the banner. But you can see the crescent moon on the spear. That one looks a little better, almost like a dragon or a griffin. Very cool, but of course very tiny. These are all 15 mil figures. So back to the Regal Guard. As you can see, I just love the pose. And of course the sun on the shield. So in terms of that icon, I did go with like a griffin because I was like, well, they're actually going to be nimble. They're going to be quick. They're going to strike pretty hard. So that just makes sense. So let's go through the stats and figure out what in the world, why are Bidowers so unique? Attack dice 1. So you may be saying, you just said they hit hard. Attack dice 1? Okay, so let me clarify. And it'll make more sense the further down the stat line we get. So every figure in melee gets 1 attack die. No combat strength, special abilities, armor value of only 1. They're a very light unit, so 2s or better from their opponents will hit them. They will get their defense die roll, but without any defensive special ability. Range, oh that's right, yes, they do have range. They have a range of 4, so 4 inches they can chuck these pole arms, these spears or whatever. Movement of 4, initiative of +2, so add 2 to a d6 to figure out who goes first in close combat. Health of 2, so every 2 wounds the unit takes is a figure removed, and that is a big deal because of that next stat, which is their abilities. I think this is the first unit so far that had multiple abilities. So they have nimble and they have pole arm. So let's back up a bit, talk about the range. So again, 1 attack die, but if you recall, if you watch the archer or the crossbow video where I said when you have a range value, you do get supporting attacks from the next rank back. So in this case, when they're shooting, when they're throwing their pole arms, they get 6 attack dice, 3 for the front rank, 3 for the back rank. Now, because they also have the polearm special ability, when they are in close contact with a unit to their front, they also get supporting attacks in melee with that back rank. So there's 6 dice attacking in melee. So they get 6 dice at range, 6 dice at melee, of course, assuming they haven't taken casualties yet. Because once you take a casualty, boom, there's 1 less attack die in range and melee, for example. But they also have that nimble ability. So nimble means they get 1 free movement action. So normally a unit can move once and then attack during a turn, or it can move twice and forego any attacks that turn. Nimble means you can move once and attack, move twice and still attack, or move 3 times and forego any attacks. And that's what makes this unit so crazy to kind of wrap your mind around. Think of all those possibilities. So it has a movement of 4. That means it can move up to 8 inches and still engage in a close combat attack, still engage in a ranged attack. So when you think 4-inch movement and 4-inch range, that's a total of 12 inches in terms of if you just move 3 times, or if you move twice and then shoot 4 more inches, that's still 12 inches total you just moved. Notice they do not have the move to fire penalty, so they do not suffer an attack die penalty if they moved and shot in the same turn. And that's kind of intuitive. When you are, trying to accurately throw a polearm, you almost are more accurate if you are running up and chucking it rather than being stationary and chucking it. So, yeah, they're a fantastic short range unit, but also great in melee. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. And don't forget the other benefits of polearm. They will get to go first in the first round of close combat, and they get to re-roll 1s on their attack dice when they are combating a unit of cavalry. So they're great against cavalry. They get to go first in the first round of combat against anybody. They get back rank supporting attacks at range and in close combat. And they're fast. They're nimble. They get that extra movement action. And then shoot after it or attack after it. Or just use all 3 to move really far halfway across the battlefield on a 2x2 battlefield. So what does all of that cost? 3 points. I know the cost symbol down there is a little hidden. Cost 3 points. That's all it takes to include a unit of Bidowers in your army, of course. Only attack die a piece, so once they start taking casualties, if they're down to their front rank, that's only 3 dice. So there are some pros and cons, but in general, a very versatile unit that if you can wrap your mind around how to use them effectively, that is just a lot of fantastic options there. So that is going to be it for Bidowers. One of the more unique units in the game. You think spears, archers, swordsmen, blah, 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 but Bidowers. Hey! All right, folks. That'll wrap us up for this unit review in Battlefields of Mana. Bidowers. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it. And until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another Battlefields of Mana unit review, this time Halberdiers. Now, when I was picking and choosing the different unit types for Battlefields of Mana, Halberdiers were a no-brainer. I love the halberd as a medieval weapon, plus the figures that Alternative Armies had for Halberdiers. I just absolutely loved. What you're looking at now is, of course, a unit of Lunar Knight Halberdiers. I had a tough time deciding which one I wanted to feature on the turntable because take a peek at these Regal Guard Halberdiers. Oh yeah. I mean, full-on Renaissance bright color scheme. They look absolutely amazing. Of course, different pose. They're, more flashy and looks like more cloth clothing. Of course, stat-wise, they're going to be the same as if they were wearing armor, but then the Lunar Knight Halberdiers are fully decked out in helms, armor, the whole 9 yards. Of course, you got the crescent moon on the shield of the banner bearer. Gorgeous freehand halberd painted on the banner to denote what the unit is, should the unit ever be whittled down to just the banner bearer. Or just from, ease across the table, your opponent being able to see, what that unit is at a glance. especially when some of the figures do look a bit similar. Now, let's dive into why Halberdiers are so impressive. If you've been watching these in order, assuming I uploaded them in order, I've been recording polearm unit after polearm unit, spears, Bidowers, and now Halberdiers. So let's dive into the third and most powerful polearm unit in the game. Attack dice 2. Every figure in close combat gets 2 attack dice. Combat strength is a +1. These are halberdiers, folks. These aren't sticks and twigs. These are halberds. These attack dice, when rolled, all are increased by 1 to a maximum of 6. All dice are always a max of 6 as a result. But combat strength of +1 added to all results on the attack dice. Armor 2, so 3s or better in order to hit the unit of halberdiers. No defensive special abilities. Range is a 0. Movement is 3. So again, they're heavier with the halberdiers. They're a little slower, just like Axemen. They move at a speed of 3 inches per movement action. Of course, you can take 2 movement actions in a turn, for a movement of up to 6 inches, assuming you are foregoing the ability to then take a combat action that turn. Initiative is +2 as usual when you look at these kind of infantry, cavalry, standard thing. Well, I guess not cavalry. Cavalry in general is actually a bit of a higher initiative. But for the most part, infantry, melee infantry is a 2 for initiative bonus. Health is 2, so every figure in the unit has 2 HP, and that means every 2 wounds that the unit takes is a figure removed. God, I love doing that. Love individual casualty removal. Ability, here you go. Polearm. And let's get right to it, the cost. That last stat down there that's kind of covered up. The cost is 4 points. This is, if you're watching these in order, again, assuming I uploaded them in order, this is the most expensive unit so far. And we're just getting to the first portion of how expensive these units can be. There's going to be a lot of 4 and 5 and 6 and more point units coming up. But halberdiers, the most expensive unit so far. Why? Well, let's talk about the combat strength and that polearm special ability. So, with polearm, again, they get to strike first in the first round of close combat. They get to reroll 1s against cavalry. Now, that is a reroll of 1 even before you add the combat strength. So, assuming they're up against cavalry, just because they rolled a 1, it becomes a 2. With their combat strength of +1, you'd think, well, oh man, I won't get to reroll it. No, it's not natural 1s. Reroll natural 1s when you're rolling attack dice against cavalry when you have polearm. And then the result is still +1 against everybody. And of course, you get that back rank of attacks with polearm, attacking this unit from the front. So, I mean, there you have it. This unit of halberdiers moves into contact with an opponent, or the opponent moves into contact with them. Either way, halberdiers are going first. They are going to get to roll 9 dice, because 2 dice per figure in the front rank, 1 die for every supporting figure in the back rank, and all 9 dice are +1. If your opponent is even still alive after that, then they can go and see what they can do in return. But I mean, 9 dice, you're going first, they're all +1. That is just an offensive juggernaut. Not to mention re-rolling 1s against cavalry. So that is what makes halberdiers so powerful, and why you should consider adding a unit of halberdiers to your Battlefields of Mana army today, whether it's Lunar Knights or Regal Guard. Oh my god, I love them both. All right, folks, thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. This time we're looking at Flail Bearers. this is one of the more exciting units in Battlefields of Mana for a couple reasons. First, let's talk about the figures themselves. Number one, I love this pose. Swinging the flails. I love the color scheme. Of course, this is the Regal Guard color scheme. You got blues and yellows in there. Very Renaissance-y. And let's also take a peek right now, while we're talking about it, at the Lunar Knight Flail Bearers. Look at the flail on the banner. I just love how they did that. I especially love the flail on that Regal Guard banner. Very cool. And of course, the Lunar Knights have their own stat card with their own depiction of a flail bearer on there. Stats, as always, of course, are the same between the two armies. So now let's talk about them. Flail Bearers. If you're watching these in order, again, assuming that I'm putting them up in order, I talked in the Halberdier video about how we're going to start getting into the more expensive units, and that is true for quite a while now. We're talking about, right now, a 4-point unit of Flail Bearers. Now, why are they 4 points? Well, let's take a peek. Attack dice, 3. Oh, you read that right. We've been seeing so many 1s and 2s. We're talking 3 attack dice per figure in close combat. That means if you're attacking this unit at its flank, that's still 6 attack dice. If you're attacking at the front or even the rear, that's 9 attack dice, but it doesn't end there. No combat strength abilities, but we will get into some very cool offensive abilities in just a second. Armor 2, so it does still take 3s or better on the opponent's attack die roll in order to hit this unit of Flail Bearers. No special defensive abilities, no range, movement of 4, so again they can move 4 inches in a single movement action or use both their actions in a turn to move, which is 8 inches. Initiative of +3. Okay, so that's a little different, right? Normally we saw 0 for Peasant Militia, typically a 1 or a 2, but now we're seeing a +3. That means on a roll of a d6, add 3 to that result to determine who goes first in close contact. You can imagine. This kind of goes along with why they have 3 attack dice. These guys are swinging these flails wildly right and left. They're able to get multiple shots off. That's why they're rolling so many attack dice. That's why they are quicker on initiative. While you're, parrying with your blade, there's this flail's coming at you. Health, 2. So again, 2 HP per figure, so if this unit takes, every 2 units that this unit takes, 2 units, every 2 wounds that this unit takes is a casualty removed. And I mean, hey, that's just fantastic. They can take 6 wounds, lose the whole back rank. They're still rolling 9 dice, assuming you're attacking from the front. Then we get to the abilities. I mean, as if 3 attack dice and +3 initiative wasn't enough, now they also have 2 incredible abilities. First of all, they have Assault. Assault is, when rolling attack dice, any results of a natural 6, because there's ways to modify attack die results, even for a unit like Flail Bearers that doesn't have a combat strength ability, but your Sorcerer could enchant the unit and give them a buff to their attack die rolls. But the Assault special ability says any natural attack die results of 6 explode. That means you get an extra attack die for every natural 6 you roll, and then those extra exploded attack dice, you can keep that explosion chain going. Keep rolling 6s, keep rolling more dice. And I mean, you're rolling 9 dice to begin with. You should roll at least a couple 6s in those 9 dice, right? So, I mean, just think of the explosion of attack dice. And it doesn't end there. Frenzy is their other special ability. Now, Frenzy says that in the first round of close combat, they get an extra attack die. Just think about that for a second. Whether an enemy is getting into close combat with them, they're standing there ready to take it, swinging their flails wildly, or they themselves are charging in, swinging their flails. Either way, that's how you can justify this frenzy ability being used, whether they're the ones moving into combat or the ones receiving a charge. They get an extra attack die per figure in combat. So you thought 9 dice was a lot? 12 dice. That's right. They have the potential to roll 12 dice, and then any 6s explode for more dice. And those 6s could explode and further until you stop rolling 6s. Give that a try at home and see how satisfying that is. Roll 12 dice. Count up how many 6s you roll that many more dice, keep rolling dice until you quit rolling 6s, and see how many dice you have rolled. It's just fantastic. That's where the Flail Bearers excel. They are, initiative of +3. They're probably going to go first. And when they do go, they are rolling 12 dice in the first round of combat. The rest of the rounds, they're still rolling up to 9 dice. It's insane. Now, what does all that cost? It does cost 4 points. It is a more expensive unit. You could have 2 units of swordsmen or 2 units of spearmen, or a unit of swordsmen and a unit of archers. So, they're twice the cost of a lesser unit, but think of what they do, and that's every round of combat. They're rolling so many dice and probably going first with that huge initiative bonus, which also means if they ever panic, which is a -1 to your initiative roll, it doesn't hurt them as bad because their initiative bonus is +3. So, okay, they're panicked. What is it now? Well, it's a +2, which is typically what an initiative bonus is for a healthy unit of any other unit type. So, one of my absolute favorite units. Consider adding a unit of Flail Bearers to your Battlefields of Mana army today or more. Imagine a couple units of Flail Bearers. Oh my gosh, double the fun. All right, anyway. Thank you, folks, all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. Today we are looking at Men-at-Arms, a common unit type in medieval armies. No different here in this fantasy medieval war game. So here we go, Men-at-Arms. What you're looking at is my favorite, honestly, of the 2 types of Men-at-Arms units in Battlefields of Mana. So this is the Lunar Knight variation of the Men-at-Arms. Here, I will show you now, is the Regal Guard. I still love them, still love the shield on the banner. And I do like the color scheme. Overall, I like the Regal Guard color scheme of more colorful Renaissance colors a little bit more. I'm just not as huge fan of the pose. I still like it, but I prefer this Lunar Knight pose. And of course, just like with every unit, Regal Guard has their own stat card with their own pose and color scheme figure on there, but of course, stats are the same. I just love the Lunar Knight version of this because they're holding those steel-tipped clubs. I know there's an actual name for it. I can't remember right now. Crescent moons on all their shields. And when I was coming up with an icon for alternative armies to paint on the flag, I ended up going with a shield. You'll notice the defensive special ability may have had something to do with that. So who are the Men-at-Arms? What makes them so special? Now, we've already talked about Flail Bearers. If you haven't seen that video, go check that out. I kind of consider this the sister unit to Flail Bearers. Why? Even though Halberdiers also cost 4 points, hopefully you can see that down there, that this unit of men-at-arms also costs 4 points. Flail Bearers also cost 4 points. Why don't I consider Halberdiers to be in the same category as men-at-arms and Flail Bearers? Well, because I consider Halberdiers to be in the same category with the rest of their polearm brethren, the Bidowers and the Spearmen. Whereas Flail Bearers and men-at-arms both cost 4, and they're both kind of out of the ordinary units. Flail Bearers was all about rolling massive amounts of dice, and those dice exploding. Men-at-arms is a balance of really good offense, but also fantastic defense as well. So what are we talking about here? Well, let's start from the top and work our way down, and that is attack dice 2. So typical for a melee infantry unit, 2 attack dice per figure in close combat. Combat strength of +1. So you're rolling those dice, whatever the results are, add 1. Of course, maxing out at 6 as usual, but all of their dice are +1 in close combat. Armor 2, so that means it takes 3s or better from an opponent's attack roll to hit them. And then here we go. Defensive special ability is Shield Wall. What does that mean? Well, just like Flail Bearers had the offensive special ability Assault, where any 6s they rolled exploded and created more dice, which could also result in 6s and explode again. Shield Wall is the defensive equivalent. Every 6 that this unit rolls in defense explodes. So that's a big deal. In Battlefields of Mana, dice are, it's more offensive favored because you're rolling as many attack dice as you're allowed, and then defensively you're only rolling as many defense dice as attack dice that got through. So you're never rolling more defense dice than you are attack dice, with some exceptions we're not going to go into here. So the chances of you rolling defensively high enough to equal out and cancel all of the offensive dice that got through your armor is not very high. Typically, you're going to roll maybe a couple low dice, and you don't have any spare dice to make up for it. So every low die roll is going to be a wound. Shield Wall helps prevent that. In fact, Shield Wall prefers that you did roll a lot of dice against us, because that means we are going to get a lot of dice in return, which increases the chances for 6s, which can explode and make our defense roll even better. So this is also why I consider them a good equivalent to Flail Bearers, because Flail Bearers have the ability to roll 12 dice in the first round of combat. Okay, roll your 12 dice. Just know that we have Shield Wall, and our defense dice explode just like your offense dice explode. But that's not it, because we're also great on offense with a +1 to every attack die we roll. So I mean, it's a best of both worlds scenario. You have a great defensive special ability, and you have a great offensive special ability. And then, of course, now here's where, you kind of have that trade-off. Okay, so you're great on offense, great on defense. Where's the downside? Well, movement is 3, so they're a little slower. Typical infantry movement, as we've seen, has been 4, with the exception of some heavier unit types like Halberdiers, like Axemen, and now Men-at-Arms, with their huge, powerful weapon, their big shield. That reduces their movement to 3 inches per movement action. Of course, you can take up to 2 actions per turn, so if they're both movement actions, you can move up to 6 inches. Initiative of +2, so add 2 to the die roll of a d6 to determine who goes first in combat. Health, as usual, is 2, so every figure in the unit has 2 HP, which means every 2 wounds that the unit takes is a casualty removed from the unit. No other special abilities, and the cost, as you can kind of see down there, is 4. So 4 points, just like the Flail Bearers. Which do you prefer? Do you prefer rolling tons of offensive dice that explode, but not having anything special on defense, so you're kind of left out in the cold? Hopefully, with that incredible initiative bonus Flail Bearers have, they can strike first with a lot of dice and cripple their opponent. But, assuming they don't, do you all then prefer the Men-at-Arms, who have a fantastic defensive special ability, but also can get the job done on offense as well? I mean, it's a toss-up. I personally can't choose. But that is it. That is a look at how Men-at-Arms function in the world of Battlefields of Mana. So, folks, thank you all so much for watching. As always, I do truly appreciate it. And until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. This time we are going mounted. That's right, our first mounted unit. Now, if you're watching these in order, of course, assuming I uploaded them in order, this will be the first of, 5 mounted unit types in a row. And here we go with the most basic. So imagine Peasant Militia got a horse. This is essentially what happened. Well, they're actually better than that. As you can see, we made a little edit there for attack dice. So Mounted Militia, attack dice 2. So every figure in close combat gets 2 attack dice. You can see we have displayed here a unit of Lunar Knight Mounted Militia with their crescent moons on the shields, and you can tell that they are Mounted Militia by the pitchfork on the banner bearer flag. So again, Lunar Knight Mounted Militia. Here is what Regal Guard Mounted Militia look like. Very, very nice, very colorful. So again, 2 attack dice per figure in close combat. Now, combat strength is nothing. No special combat strength abilities. Armor's only a 1, so it only takes 2s or more to get through. Again, they are just Mounted Militia. No defensive special abilities, no range. Because they are mounted, they do have a 6-inch movement. So if you use both your actions in a turn to move, that's 12 inches. That's halfway across a 2x2 foot battlefield. So again, just like how Peasant Militia, use them as fodder, throw them in front of a unit you want to stall. This is kind of the equivalent of that, except they are faster and can get to an objective quicker, or get up to a unit that you want to take out, or a siege engine. Honestly, that is ideal. If your opponent has a catapult and they aren't defending it very well, just throw a unit or 2 of Mounted Militia at the catapult. I mean, as soon as that Mounted Militia gets into contact with the catapult, it can't fire until the Mounted Militia unit's taken out. So definitely make your opponent cry for not defending their siege engine better. Anyway, where were we? Initiative is +1. So again, they are militia. They're not as well trained as a soldier, so their initiative bonus is lower. Still health of 2, though, so every 2 wounds is going to be a figure removed from the unit. They do have an ability, believe it or not, despite being Mounted Militia. They have the Cavalry ability. So what does Cavalry mean? Well, Cavalry is simply an initiative bonus in certain situations. So even though I just got done saying they have poor initiative, they do have the Cavalry initiative bonus, which says they get a +1 initiative bonus against non-polearm infantry. So obviously, going up against other cavalry units doesn't benefit them being on a horse. But, and going up against a polearm infantry unit makes them even worse. Polearm thrive going up against cavalry. But if you are a mounted unit going up against non-polearm infantry, Even if you're militia like this, you do have an advantage. So your initiative bonus goes from a +1 to a +2 if you are going up against non-polearm infantry. Of course, that still isn't much because most unit types are at least a +2 initiative to begin with. But again, these are just mounted militia, and the cost? 2 points, that's it. Throw 2 points down to include a unit of mounted militia in your army, and I think that's actually not a bad deal. Think of them as kind of like mounted swordsmen without the defensive bonus and a worse initiative bonus, but a higher movement value. They're faster swordsmen with less initiative and less defensive capability, but they're only 2 points to get a fast-moving unit on the field of battle. And honestly, folks, that's it. That is our first, assuming you're watching these again in order, mounted unit in Battlefields of Mana, mounted militia. All right, folks, thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. And I gotta tell you, this is one of the most, in my opinion, handsome units in any of my Battlefields of Mana armies. This is a unit of light cav, and I'm speaking specifically about this Regal Guard unit. I mean, I love the color scheme. Of course, I've said it before, I love the Regal Guard color scheme in general, the more Renaissance colorful scheme, in this case, yellows and blues. You have the sword on the banner. This is light cav. You know, I said mounted militia were kind of like mounted swordsmen, but this is actually mounted swordsmen right here because they also have the parry ability. But we'll get into that in just a second. Just love the pose of these guys. And then I do have with me here a unit of Lunar Knight light cav. But if you notice, the models here are anything but light cav. Of course, when I picked out the figures that I wanted to have commissioned, I would say that I picked the poorest for the Lunar Knight Light Cavalry. Here's their stat card with their figure, because that figure looks so totally armored out. The horse, the rider, everything. That is a heavy cav, if anything. But here is their stat card. Same stats, of course, as the Regal Guard unit. So you just have to use your imagination. Imagine they didn't have that much armor on them. But anyways, here is light cav. Let's talk about them. What makes them unique? Attack dice, 2. That's pretty standard, pretty common. Every figure in close contact is going to get 2 attack dice apiece. No combat strength special abilities. Armor value 2, so it does take 3s or more on opponent's attack dice in order to hit them. Now, in addition to their defense roll, just like swordsmen, they do get a parry save. So again, just like a normal attack, the opponent rolls their attack dice, the defender rolls an equal number of defense dice, cancels out as much of the attack dice as possible. If there are still attack dice remaining, this parry ability lets the light cav take that many dice and roll them one final time, and on results of 6, nothing less, results of 6 cancel out another attack die each. So that's what a parry save is. Saves on 6s. No range, movement of 6, just like other cavalry units. You'll notice infantry are typically 3 or 4 inches. Cavalry are 5 or 6 inches. In this case, movement of 6, so they can move 6 inches on one movement, use both movement actions to move 12 inches, but wait! There's more, and we'll get into that in a second. Let's talk about that gigantic initiative bonus, folks. Initiative bonus of +4 This is the highest initiative bonus that we've seen yet, if you are watching these in order. But also, just in general, the highest initiative bonus for a non-character unit. Everything else has been 0 to 3, and 3 has been rare and has been considered high. This is a +4. So when you're rolling, you and your opponent, close combat, rolling to see who goes first, you each get a d6. You get to add +4 to your die roll. Almost guaranteed your opponent is not adding +4 to their die roll. Light Cav are fast. They are, as it says right there, nimble. We'll get into that in a second. And that initiative bonus means they're probably striking first. That just shows you how quickly they strike. Health of 2, so every figure in the unit has 2 health, which means every 2 wounds is another casualty removed from the unit. Look at these guys. I don't normally take them off and show them like this, but I mean, look at this. Again, manufactured and painted by Alternative Armies in the United Kingdom. And they also did these movement templates, which are flocked and painted and look absolutely amazing. Cut to my specifications. Of course, bigger ones like this for cavalry. These are, oh God, what was it? I think these are 60 by 60 millimeter because these are 20 by 30 millimeter bases. So 230s is 60, 320s is 60. So for a cavalry, movement template is a 60 by 60. Infantry is a 60 by 40. 40 deep because they're, 2 infantry of 20 millimeter by 20 millimeter infantry bases. 2 of those are 40 deep and 60 wide. No, I'm lying. That's what it would be, but I actually tacked on an extra 5 millimeter both ways. So these are 65 by 65. Why did I do that? Because so you can pick them up. You can hold them. There's a little extra lip on the sides, because if those bases were flush with the sides of the movement tray, it makes it so hard to pick up. So that just that little extra bit around the sides and the back makes it so much easier to pick up. So it's actually 65 by 65 for cav and 65 by 45 for infantry, if I'm not mistaken. All right, then ability. We saw this with Bidowers, if you saw that video. They have the nimble special ability, which gives them an extra move, a free movement action. Normally on your turn, you have 2 actions. Move and attack, or move twice. You can't attack twice, so it's move and attack, or move twice and forego your attack. Light Cavalry have the nimble special ability, which gives them an extra free movement action. Again, they're moving 6 inches on any given movement action. If they use all 3 movement to move, that's 18 inches. Again, typical battlefield size is 2 feet by 2 feet, though I have been playing on 3 feet wide by 2 feet deep, so you have a wider deployment area. I've been loving that, but even so, you're still 2 feet away from your opponent, minus the base depth, because the back of the battlefield is right along the back side of the unit, so you're already up this far, so it's not even 2 feet away from your opponent. And so yeah, you can move 18 inches or move 12 inches and still engage in a close combat attack. This, like the light cav unit, is the best unit for flanking. I mean, you can shoot up the side of the battlefield. Even if an opponent sees you coming up on one side of the battlefield and they're like, they're no big deal, they're way over there. Light cav can bridge that distance in no time. So not only are they gorgeous figures, but they're also very capable. And then, of course, their other special ability is Cavalry, which just says that they get a additional +1 initiative bonus when they're going up against non-polearm infantry. So again, they don't get that bonus if they're fighting other cav. They don't get that bonus if they are fighting an infantry unit with polearm, because cavalry don't like polearms. But assuming they are battling infantry of a non-polearm type, so swordsmen, axemen, men-at-arms, flail bearers, peasant militia, archers, crossbows, any of those, just to name, to show you that there are a lot of in which this situation would be applicable, they will get an extra +1 initiative bonus that bumps them up to a +5. At that point, I mean, you can just assume they're going first. But of course, I've rolled poorly enough times that even a +5 initiative bonus did not matter much. So then we get into the cost, and as you can see, it is a 3. 3 points is all it takes. So they are essentially mounted swordsmen, have the same attack dice, same defensive special ability, but they are faster. They have a better initiative, and that's why they cost more than swordsmen. They do cost 3 points, but when you look at just the ways that you can use them, how fast they are, how they're probably going to strike first, that's just so impressive. And that's why I encourage you to add a unit of light cav add a unit or 2 or 3 or 4 to your Battlefields of Mana army today. And folks, that's where we're going to leave this one. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another Battlefields of Mana unit review. This time we're looking at our first, assuming you're watching them in this order, mounted ranged unit. Ranged mounted unit. This is a unit of mounted archers. Now, number one, it's also one of my favorite just looking units, one of the best, most handsome units. But I have to say, it's hard for me to choose between the Regal Guard unit you're looking at now and the Lunar Knight unit I'll show you in just a second, because they're very similarly posed. It just kind of comes down to the paint scheme. And again, with the Regal Guard, you have this more colorful Renaissance kind of scheme. It's a really nicely done red and yellow stripes on them with, the metal chainmail and holding their bow. And again, on the flag, a very nicely detailed bow and arrow to denote what the unit type is. And let's take a peek at the Lunar Knight mounted archer. So here's mounted archers for the Lunar Knights. Still love them as well. Very, very cool. All right, so, and let me also tell you, these are not only some of the best looking units, they are the most effective on the battlefield. And they are so cost effective. I can't even believe it. And let me tell you why. Why they're such a bang for your point buck. Attack dice. Only a single die. So again, with range, you do get both front and rear rank attacks. So that kind of compensates. Normally in a close combat attack, typically figures have a 2 attack die rating. So each figure in the front rank gets 2 attack dice. That's 6 dice. Same thing with range. They will end up with 6 dice, but it's because each figure in the front and rear rank each contribute an attack die. Of course, that does mean in close combat, though, they only contribute a single die, so that front rank is only going to be doing 3 total attack dice, which makes sense because you really don't want your archer. We talked about this when we talked about foot ranged units like archers and crossbowmen. You really don't want them in close combat. Also, not only because they don't roll as many dice, but also look at the combat strength. -1 to all of their attack dice in melee. Armor value, again, this is not that good. It's only a 1, so it only takes 2s or better for opponents to hit them. And defense, they roll their defense dice at a -1 in melee. Folks, don't get your archers foot or mounted in close combat situations. But why is it going to be so easy to avoid that with these mounted archers? Because number one, they have a range of 12, but they also have a movement of 6. We're going to get into, these guys are so cool. Initiative of +2. Now, that may surprise you because the foot archers were only initiative bonus of +1. So mounted archers are a +2 because they are quicker. They're on their horses. They maybe have a little better training, being able to whip, swap weapons. They are initiative of +2. They are a health of 2 as well, as most units are. So 2 HP per figure means every 2 wounds the unit takes, a casualty is removed. Let's back up for a second. So movement of 6 means they can move 6 inches. If you use both your movement actions, that means they can move 12 inches. But folks, they have that ability called Nimble. We've seen it before. We've seen Nimble with Light Cav. We've seen Nimble with Bidowers. Nimble gives them 1 free movement action. So that means normally you can do 2 things on your turn. You can either move and then attack, or move twice. You can't attack twice, but you can move in the movement phase either once or twice and forego your attack later in the turn. But with Nimble, you get a 3rd movement action. Or I guess I should say 1 free movement action. So that means you can move twice and then still attack. In the range, and I think I said close combat phase, these guys have a ranged attack. They can attack in the ranged attack phase or close combat attack phase. Of course, you don't really want to do that in close combat, but in range. Let's break it down. This is the furthest ranged unit, I believe, in the game. Yeah, because, I mean, a siege engine catapult has a range of 18 inches. But it can't move and fire, so 18 inches is where it ends. These guys have a range of 12, but they can move up to 12 and still fire 12. What does that mean? Do the math. We've said it before, a typical battlefield is only 2 feet by 2 feet. That's 2 feet right there. Move 6, move another 6, and shoot 12. This unit can shoot essentially anything on the board. That is insane. Or you can move 18 inches and forego your shots. Or move 12 up to 12 inches and still shoot 12 inches. That's insane. There is a downside. They are moved to fire, which means if they literally, as it says, move to fire, if they move in the same turn that they then shoot, their shots are all -1. So there is that penalty. They're on the run, they're moving and shooting, their accuracy is lowered. But still, you move 12 inches and then shoot another 12 inches. I mean, my God, you're rolling 6 dice, assuming you don't have any casualties. Come on, that's absolutely insane. So how much does all this cost? Probably 4 or 5 points. 3 points is all it costs to add a unit of mounted archers to your arm. Imagine adding a couple, 1 on each flank. And they basically, the whole battlefield is in their crosshairs. I mean, come on. You can run them up to where you want them to sit, and then they can shoot without that firing penalty the rest of the turns. They still have that 12-inch range. Absolutely fantastic. Additionally, we haven't talked about this on any other ranged unit review. If you fire into an opposing unit's flank or rear, your attack dice are +1. So just imagine that. These guys are so fast, they can shoot up to, I say shoot and I meant like run. They can charge up to 12 inches down the battlefield, and assuming wherever they end up is pointed at an opponent's flank, that +1 for the flank shot negates the -1 for moving and shooting. So these guys are so fast, they can get into position, take their shots, and I mean, it's 3 points. That's absolutely insane. A versatile, nimble unit. I love their effectiveness. I love their cost effectiveness. It's just just keep them out of close combat, whatever you do. All right, folks, that's going to do it for Mounted Archers. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another Battlefields of Mana unit review. This time, it's Mounted Crossbowmen. So, I'm not going to just assume you watched these in order, but maybe you have. Last time we did Mounted Archers. Just like in infantry form, Crossbowmen in Battlefields of Mana are slightly better in some aspects, slightly worse in some aspects, but overall better than infantry archers. Same goes for the mounted versions. So mounted crossbowmen are better in some ways and worse in some ways than their mounted archer counterparts. Let's get right into it. First of all, what you're looking at is a unit of Regal Guard mounted crossbowmen. Let's also take a peek at Lunar Knight mounted crossbowmen. So here are the Lunar Knight versions. Absolutely love them as well. Here is their stat card. As always, the stat card has their own model and paint scheme picture, but of course, as always, the stats are the same. But what you're looking at is the Regal Guard variation, which I honestly prefer just because I love the more Renaissance colorful color scheme. Love the crossbow painted on the banner. Love the pose as well, holding the crossbows. So what do you get? Now, this is a bit of a more expensive unit. Now, if you watched my mounted archer review, I went off on how much I absolutely love them because of how fast they are. They're moving up to 12 inches and still firing 12 inches. Yet, if they move and shoot, they have a penalty. So that does hurt, but they were cheaper because of that. This is a little more expensive, but it fixes that issue. I mean, this is the ultimate in speed and range. So what we're talking about is attack dice 1. So again, in range, you get the front and rear rank. So unlike a close combat attack where only figures immediately directly in contact with an opponent get to attack. Typically, attack dice are 2 or 3 in some cases. In range, you only get an attack die per figure, but you do get both the front and rear rank, which you don't normally get in close combat unless you have polearm special ability. So in range, you get an attack die apiece. So assuming you haven't taken any casualties, one full unit of mounted crossbowmen, as you see here, would be shooting 6 dice. Combat strength, and this is where the big money points kind of comes into play, +1. You heard that right. When this unit of crossbowmen mounted fires their crossbows, they are rolling their 6 dice, and all of those dice are going to be +1 to whatever the result was you rolled. Now to counter that, -1 in melee. Just like with most of the other ranged units, don't get them in close combat. They're pathetic in close combat. They're rolling dice and -1 to those results in melee. But at range, they're all +1. Now, they're only armor value 1, so it only takes 2s or better for an opponent to hit them. And when the mounted crossbowmen are rolling for defense, against range, they're just straight up die rolls. But when they're rolling defense against melee, they're also -1. So just keep your ranged units out of close combat. Now, crossbows, the trade-off is they are stronger in combat strength, but they have a slightly shorter range. So they're a slightly shorter range, but they pack a harder punch. Range of 8. But movement is a 6. That means they can move 6 and shoot 8 or move 12. But wait, they also have nimble. We'll get to that in just a second. Initiative bonus of +2. So that's not bad at all. +2 initiative means that when rolling off to see who goes first in melee, you roll a d6, your opponent rolls a d6. Each of you adds your unit's initiative bonus, and then you see who goes first. Higher goes first, ties are simultaneous. So initiative bonus of +2 is not bad, because we've seen foot archers, foot crossbowmen, initiative bonus of only a +1. So mounted versions are better on initiative. Health is still a 2 as normal. So every figure has 2 HP, which means every 2 wounds the unit takes is a casualty. Or 2, which is so freaking awesome. Like I always say, I love the fact that we can remove individual figures from a unit. Okay, so in addition to those stats, also the abilities. So again, They are nimble, which means they get one extra free movement action. This is where I went crazy when talking about the mounted archers, because they had a movement of 6. So nimble means you get one free movement action, which means you can move 6, move 6 again, and then for these mounted crossbows, still shoot 8 more inches. Or you can move all 3 times. Normally, you can move once and then engage in a combat action, or forego the combat action and move twice. Not for these units with nimble. With nimble means you get to move once, you can move a second time, and then still engage in a combat action. You get one free movement action. So these crossbows can either move a full 18 inches if they want, or they can move 12 inches and then still fire 8 more inches. That's 20 inches total. That's basically anywhere on a 2-foot by 2-foot battlefield. That's absolutely insane. And they do have the move to fire penalty. However, move to fire again means if you move in the same turn that you then shoot, it's a -1 to your attack dice. But because the crossbows are +1 combat strength, it negates the -1 for moving and shooting. So unlike the archers, which could move and then shoot, move 12 inches and then shoot 12 inches, but in doing so, all their dice were -1. These mounted crossbows can move up to 12 inches, then still shoot another 8 inches, and the die rolls are unaffected because the +1 for the crossbow negates the fact that they moved and shot. Or move up to 18 inches and then sit there, and then for the rest of the game, just fire away with a +1 to all your combat dice. I mean, it's just absolutely fantastic. But how much does that cost? It does cost 4 points. That's kind of a decent amount of points there. So, mounted archers, of course, were 3 points. Mounted crossbows with that +1 combat strength are 4 points. But consider that, especially in higher point games of maybe 30 points, you can afford to have a couple units. Think about that. Think about having multiple units of mounted crossbows shooting up the battlefield, firing at will. I mean, my God, it's just an ideal situation. So again, I love mounted archers. I love mounted crossbows. All right, folks, that'll do it for our unit review of Mounted Crossbowmen in Battlefields of Mana. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana, and this time, here it is, folks, the cream of the crop. If you're watching these in order, you've seen everything from the lowest point unit, Peasant Militia, all the way up through Men-at-Arms, Flail Bearers, all these powerful infantry units. Then we got into the range units and the mounted units, and now here it is, Heavy Cavalry. First of all, probably one of my favorite looking units in the entire game. Again, link in the description. Alternative Armies in the UK, specifically Scotland, not only manufactures these figures in 15mm, they also have a range of 25, 28 mil, historical, fantasy, everything you want, but this is from their historic range. They have actually a couple of them, Renaissance, Dark Ages, just a whole bunch of stuff. But they not only manufacture these figures, but you can also commission them to paint them and base them, had them create these custom movement trays, which are flocked and painted as well. And I mean, when you rank them up, just look at that. Are you kidding me? Crossed lances on the banner to let everybody know this is indeed a unit of heavy cavalry. And they look fantastic. Of course, we're looking at the Regal Guard variant. So this is the more colorful Renaissance scheme with the red, yellow, blue. And then we do also have the Lunar Knight heavy cav. Same cross lances on the banner, moon on the shield, and then more of a darker red, purple, black color scheme. And, of course, their stat card as well, with their own iconography in the corner, but, of course, the stats are the same. I should back this up just a touch so you can get the full unit card there, because look at those stats. Folks, I hope you're ready. I mean, this is honestly, when we talk about stats, of course, there's pros and cons. When we talk about archers, they have fantastic range. They're not so good in melee. They are, you talk about, who else? Like light cavalry, you have speed, but they don't pack a hard offensive punch. Folks, this is it. This is a unit packed with everything. Everything but range, essentially. So let's start at the top and work our way down. Attack dice 3. That means every single figure that's in close combat gets 3 attack dice. Combat strength of +1, so every die they roll is also bumped up by 1 to a maximum of 6. Armor 3. This is the highest armor we've seen so far. Armor 3 means it takes 4s or better just to hit them. I mean, that's insane. That's like a 50-50 shot just to even hit them. And then, if you do hit them, they still get their defense dice, and they have the defense special ability dodge. Now, I'm in the process of maybe renaming that ability. I came up with the ability with a different unit where the term dodge made more sense, because the ability states that any dice that you roll in defense that failed to negate an attack die can be re-rolled one time. So we've talked about the parry ability before, which was similar. Any dice that failed to negate an attack die in that scenario could be re-rolled, and on the result of a 6, it negated an attack die. But in this case, dodge, it doesn't have to be a 6. It can be anything that just equals or exceeds a defense or an attack die. But, of course, with heavy cavalry, they're not dodging. I'm still kind of working on maybe some terms to rename that to something more along the lines of like a deflect or something like that. That sounds more heavy cav, but also still the other unit, which we will talk about in the future, where dodge made more sense for them, but doesn't sound so good for heavy cav. But still, the effect is the same. They have armor 3, so if you're attacking this unit of heavy cavalry, only 4s or better are going to hit them. Heavy cavalry then get to roll defense dice equal to the number of attack dice, and then they negate any attack dice equal or exceed with their defense dice. And then any of those dice that failed to negate an attack die can be re-rolled one time. So, I mean, that's insane. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. They get, so this whole front row, essentially, think of that: 3 dice, 3 dice, 3 dice. That's 9 dice, all +1. And then when you're attacking them, you have to get 4 or better. And then they also can dodge it, potentially. No range, though. Movement of 5. So there you go. That's kind of the trade-off a little bit, is they have a slower cavalry movement. Think of all that armor. They're heavy cavalry. So light cavalry, movement of 6. Heavy cavalry, movement of 5. Still, 5 is not bad. So they can move 5 inches and then still engage in an attack action, or forego the attack and move 10 inches. Initiative bonus of +3. That's right up there among the absolute best. Of course, light cavalry had an initiative bonus of +4, which was the best for a non-hero character unit. But a +3 is right up there amongst the best initiative bonuses possible. Health of 2, so every figure still has a health of 2. So that means every 2 wounds that the unit takes is a figure eliminated as a casualty. And then the abilities. Well, we've seen cavalry before. What did that mean again? That means in melee, we get a +1 initiative bonus stacked on top of our +3 if we are going up against non-polearm infantry. So that cavalry ability doesn't matter if we're attacking other cavalry units, and it also doesn't matter if we're attacking polearm infantry, because polearm infantry feast on cavalry. But if we are going up against archers, swordsmen, axemen, men-at-arms, flail bearers, all different types of non-polearm infantry, we get an additional +1 to our initiative, bumps us up to a +4. But that other ability that we have not yet seen, well, unless you're not watching these videos in order, is the collision special ability. Collision is if this unit of heavy cavalry moves into base contact with an opponent, you roll a die. And it doesn't matter if you move into contact with one movement action, or if you use both your movement actions to move up to 10 inches and contact an enemy, even if you're not going to attack later that turn because you used both your actions on movement. Doesn't matter. If this unit moves into contact with an opposing unit, roll a 6-sided die, and this unit gets that many attacks. They're unmodified though, because it's just the charge of the steeds themselves smashing into the opponent, so they're not going to get the +1 or anything like that, but you roll a d6, you get that many unmodified attacks against the opponent just for moving into contact with them. So, I mean, that's just insane. And then the cost, yeah, you aren't seeing things. This is a 5-point unit. Of course, when you add up everything that this unit can do, offensively, defensively, the collision hits, the initiative bonuses, 5 points almost sounds like a steal. I mean, 5 points is a unit of Axemen and a unit of archers, or a unit of 2 units of swordsmen and a unit of peasant militia. I mean, you can imagine all of the different combinations. A unit of mounted archers and a unit of spearmen is 5 points. Or you can get a single unit of heavy cavalry, which can do it almost all. Of course, no range capabilities, but still. Absolutely love the look and effectiveness of the heavy cavalry, and that's why they're one of my favorite units in Battlefields of Mana. So thank you, folks, for joining me for another unit review. I appreciate it so much, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another Battlefields of Mana unit review. And here we go, folks. At this point, if you haven't watched any of the other videos, definitely check them out. But if you've watched them in order, watched them all so far, you've seen it all. You've seen all the core cavalry units, all the core infantry units. This is now the siege engine as part of the core armies for Regal Guard and Lunar Knights. That's what I mean by core. They have their range units, infantry units, melee and range, cavalry, melee and range. Now they have a siege engine. As you can see here, this is a Regal Guard siege engine, a catapult. That's what I mean by core units, because then there are mercenary units, and that is a whole nother section. We have lots of other unit types to talk about, but this is the last core unit, because mercenaries, you can only have one of each unit type in your army. But core units, you can have up to 4. So yeah, believe it or not, you can have up to 4 catapults in your army if you want. As you can see here, this is, as I mentioned, a Regal Guard catapult. You can tell by the banner bearer. So the banner bearer for a siege engine just has the generic symbol of the army. This has a sun on it. The Lunar Knight catapult looks almost exactly the same. They actually painted it a little darker, so the wood is a little darker, and the 2 other crew members have darker clothing. So in this case, you can see blue and kind of a white, kind of lighter colors, and here is a Lunar Knight banner bearer. I didn't bring over a Lunar Knight catapult and crew, but just imagine darker colors, kind of like this guy. So he would be there instead of that banner bearer. But otherwise, it's still 3 crew, and we'll get into the health points and how all that works. The base profile, the space it takes up on the battlefield is just the square that it occupies, which is a 40 by 40 millimeter square. And the crew, you can put them wherever you want. They don't even have to be adjacent to the catapult. They can be off the table if you want. That just, so it doesn't impede, they don't impede movement or line of sight or anything to the catapult. They're just there essentially as wound markers. Just like any other human infantry or cavalry figure, they have 2 HP each. We're kind of skipping ahead a bit, but if you look on the stat sheet where the health is listed as 6, That's because, you can identify it as 2 HP, 2 HP, 2 HP. So every 2 wounds, you remove a crew member, which I just love doing. Until all 3 crew members are dead, it has taken 6 or more wounds. So how does a catapult operate? And why does it cost 6 points? If you recall, the heavy cavalry, not to spoil it if you haven't seen that one, but heavy cavalry was the most expensive up to this point at 5 points. But we kind of justified that with all of the offensive and defensive capabilities. So the catapult, the siege engine, has a lot of special rules. Let's talk about them. So, first of all, attack dice. 12 when it fires. You read that right. This thing, when it hits with 12 attack dice. Or, in close combat, this is why you got to protect your siege engines, folks, only a single die per crew member remaining. So, if someone was able to get to your catapult and was attacking it in melee, the catapult crew does get to strike back, but they only get a die apiece. Combat strength. Again, when it fires, when in range, all of its attack dice are +1 to a maximum of 6, as always. But imagine that, 12 attack dice, all +1. That could wipe out an entire unit. Also, -1 in melee. So again, if someone was able to get to your catapult and is attacking the crew do get to strike back with an attack die apiece, but they're all -1 to their attack dice. Now, additionally, armor. They have a 2 armor in range, and that's like as if the crew were ducking down behind the siege engine itself. So it still does take 3s or more to hit the catapult from a distance. However, only armor 1 in melee. It's a little tougher to hide. It's easier to hide from an arrow behind the catapult than it is someone running at you with a sword, kind of ducking around, weaving through the catapult itself. So only 2s or more necessary to hit in melee. Defensive special ability actually is really good against range, and this was so because catapults are so expensive. You don't want some archer unit zipping up and just firing at will, and the catapult, you lose those 6 points almost instantly. No. So the defense, again, is easier for the crew to hide behind the wooden structure of the catapult against range. They do get a +1 to their defense dice against range. So not only do you have to roll 3s or better when you're shooting the catapult to hit them, but when they roll their defense dice, all their defense dice are +1. So it's still not impossible to take out a catapult at range, but it is harder. Now the range value itself, there is a minimum there. This is the first time we've seen a minimum. It is a minimum of 4 inches. And when we talk about the template itself, no part of the template can be within 4 inches of the catapult. And it has a max range of 18 inches away, which is insane. Movement of 2, so you can roll this thing. It does not move very fast, 2 inches per movement action. And that means if you use both actions on movement, it can move up to 4 inches. So if you did want to wheel it to a better position, that is possible. But we will talk about the catapult special ability rules in just a second. But as a spoiler, you cannot shoot the catapult in the same turn that you moved, even just once. So it is a very stationary thing. And then initiative is +0, because again, you only typically roll initiative for close combat situations. Again, this crew does not want to fight any soldiers in close combat. They have a 0 bonus for their initiative. Health again is 6, and that's denoted with the crew members. So there's 3 of them, each with 2 HP. You remove them 1 at a time for every 2 wounds the catapult takes. And then the ability itself, the catapult ability, folks, on my ability sheet, this catapult special ability is like almost an entire page. So essentially, here you go. 3-inch template. You put this anywhere within 18 inches. I believe it's just the hole itself. You put the hole over something within 18 inches. And now the reason I mention that is because you can't put this where, you know, the whole, you would say, oh, minimum 4-inch range. Okay, I'll put the whole 4 inches. No, because then part of this template is closer to the catapult than 4 inches. So minimum range is the edge of the template cannot be within 4 inches of the center of the catapult. Range in battlefields of mana, apart from spells, but catapult range and archer range, crossbow range, is all taken from the center of, in this case, the catapult, or the center of the banner bearer of a unit of crossbows or what have you. So it's center of the catapult, out up to 4 inches, edge of the template up to 4 inches away from the center of the catapult. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, you may recognize these from a different game, but the way this works is you'll roll the accuracy die first. You have a 1 in 3 chance, essentially, of it not deviating. You don't roll them both, because wouldn't that suck if you had that 1 in 3 chance and actually did hit, but it also misfired. So what happens is you roll this first. If it hits, that's it. It hits. If it deviates, then at that point you roll how far it deviates, or 1 in 6 chance of misfiring. Now, the misfire could be a 1, the engine is destroyed. You roll a d6. On a 1, the siege engine is just destroyed. 2 to 3, it takes a wound. 4 to 6, nothing happens. It simply does not fire this turn. But what happens for the actual attack? So wherever this goes, let's say it hits, anything below the hole takes 12 attack dice that are all +1, and they have the volley special ability. So what is volley? Volley is the ranged equivalent of assault. So volley says any 6s you roll in a ranged attack explode. Now those are natural 6s, not 6s that become 6s due to the +1 to the attack dice. But any natural 6s explode. You get more dice for each of those. If those dice also end up being 6s, those explode. The chain can go on and on. 12 dice. They're all +1. 6s explode for everything under the hole. Everything else not under the hole take shrapnel hits, which is simply a d6. Roll a d6, that unit takes that many hits, this single figure over here takes that many hits, roll for them as well. Roll individually a d6, and they take that many unmodified attack hits. Kind of similar to collision, if you remember that heavy cav special ability. So when it deviates, you know, it could deviate somewhere where something is under the hole. It could even be a friendly figure. It could even be the catapult itself. Whatever the case may be, 12 dice, all +1, 6s explode under the hole. Everything not under the hole, d6, unmodified attacks. And that is no matter where this thing ends up. Or, again, it could misfire. I think that is it. There are just a whole bunch of things. A lot of the rules that I'm looking at in the catapult ability sheet are all just things we already talked about, how defense works and whatnot. Line of sight is not required. You can place it anywhere on the battlefield, so that's pretty fantastic. Yep. Just looking at, make sure I don't miss anything. Defenders also do not benefit from cover or any defensive special abilities or modifiers. Yikes. That's pretty sweet. All right, folks, that is it. I mean, that's why the siege engine costs 6 points, because if it hits big time. All right, folks, this was a long one, but we had a lot to cover, and this is a big piece of the puzzle. Consider including a siege engine, or 2 or 3 or 4, to your Battlefields of Mana army today. And thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it. And until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. Now, this actually isn't a unit, it's a unit commander. So now we're getting into some of the crazy, different, kind of unique features of Battlefields of Mana. So here is a unit commander. You can add these figures to an existing unit to give them a little bit of a boost. On the turntable right now, we have an example of an infantry unit commander and a cavalry unit commander, both for the Lunar Knights. I didn't bring over the Regal Guard ones, but I do have their stat card. I actually have 3 different poses for them, 1 foot and 2 cav, but of course, as always, the stats are the same. Here's how they work. The stat sheet looks a little crazy, but attack dice is as per the unit +1. Combat strength, armor, defense, range, movement, it mimics the unit profile that they get attached to. Initiative bonus is +5. That's the big thing. Now, in addition to that extra attack die, initiative for the unit becomes at least a +5. When you attach a unit commander or a single hero figure champion to a unit, the unit profile takes on the highest initiative of whatever's attached to the unit. So if you attach one of these unit commanders to a unit of Axemen, that unit of Axemen goes from an initiative bonus of +2 to +5. And then, of course, the figure itself has 2 health, and ability has the unit commander ability and any additional unit abilities. The cost is a 1 or a 2. So here's where we had to figure this out. So if you attach a unit commander to a unit that costs 3 points or less, the unit commander only costs 1 point. If you attach the unit commander to a unit that costs 4 points or more, it costs 2 points to attach. Now, the unit commander special ability essentially just says the unit now has this much initiative bonus. And as a, so let's do this. I brought a unit of Axemen over to demonstrate how this works. We'll move the cav down here for a sec. Here is a unit, which we've looked at before, of Lunar Knight Axemen. Costs 3 points. I want to add a unit commander. They are always added somewhere in the front rank on either side of the banner bearer, and then other figures are pushed back. That's right. So that way you may have a 3rd rank. Now, if another unit was attacking me in the flank, these figures in the back rank are fluid. You'd move them over. Hell, even if you had some casualties here, someone attacks you in the flank over here, you always maximize contact. This guy's not going to just stand over here, while this one guy takes all the blows. No, he'll move over there, so they'll still get at least 2 guys worth of attacks on that unit. But anyway, so yes, when you put a unit commander in there, put them on either side in the front row, move in anyone else back. Because of course there's other single characters. You can fill up the whole unit with single characters and just keep moving guys to the back. But anyway, that's how that looks when a unit commander's in there. Now, when you're shooting at a unit with a single figure hero like a unit commander in there, you can't target that single figure because it's assumed that other figures in the unit are going to get in the way and save the unit commander. So the unit commander can never be singled out in ranged combat, but he or she can be singled out in close combat. So if we had someone attacking this unit, they could, assuming they were in contact with them, at least at an angle. If he was right in the center, this guy could attack the unit, or he could direct his attacks on the unit commander. Now, you may be saying, well, the unit commander only has 2 health. He sounds kind of vulnerable. Well, he is. However, part of the unit commander special ability is that if he is singled out in close combat, he gets 1 extra defense die. So no matter how many attacks get through, he will always have 1 more defense die than the number of attack dice. So that way, when you think about dividing your attacks up, you're like, should I divert them all to the unit, or should I divert them to the unit commander? The unit commander does get more defense dice. Now, if the whole unit was destroyed down to the banner bearer is always removed last. The unit commander would take the hits. That way, you could target the unit itself, and those hits would go to the unit commander before the banner bearer, and the unit commander wouldn't get extra defense dice in that situation. So it almost, helps protect the unit commander further. Well, I'll whittle down this unit until they're so small, then any further attacks then could take out the unit commander. Or you may just say, no, we got to take that unit commander out. He's adding an extra attack die every time. His initiative bonus is absolutely ridiculous. Having a unit commander in a unit, assuming you're not facing another unit with a unit commander, essentially means you're going first. I mean, unless you roll really poorly, a unit commander's initiative bonus is so good that, you'd have to roll really poorly not to go first. So a unit commander is definitely a target, but can't be singled out again in range, only in close combat. But if you single him out in close combat, he does get that extra defense die. So that just makes unit commanders really cool. In this case, a unit of Axemen normally costs 3 points. So adding a unit commander only costs a single point. And then he mimics all their special abilities. So now he rolls 3 dice, because everyone else here rolls 2. He also gets the Brutality special ability. He gets the Fury special ability. And remember, when we talked about Axemen, we said Fury kicks in when the unit size is cut down to half or less, not including special characters. So they still would only have to be down 3 guys, even though there's 4 left, but 3, is half of 6. So Fury kicks in, and look at that. They still have 4 guys there. Fury kicks in. All their attack dice are +1, plus they have Brutality, and the unit commander adds an extra attack die. They're rolling 7 attack dice up front here, all +1, re-rolling 1s, whatever the case may be, depending on the defender's armor. Yeah, a unit commander for 1 point really changes the game. It gets a little trickier when you're thinking about adding them to a more expensive unit, like a unit of heavy cavalry, because that means the unit commander costs 2, because heavy cavalry costs 5 points. So it's like, okay, that unit commander costs 2 points. Do we want to do that, or do we want to add in a whole unit of archers or a whole unit of spearmen? Is the benefit of the unit commander worth an entire unit of swordsmen? Maybe, because attached to a heavy cav unit, that means you're rolling 10 dice up front, and he has dodge, and he bumps that initiative bonus to a +5. It's just insane. But anyway, I could go on and on. I absolutely love the idea of unit commanders. Plus, I love naming them. They're just fun, special characters. Now, unlike every other single figure in the game, hero characters, monsters, what have you, unit commanders cannot leave the unit. We're going to talk about warlords, sorcerers, other single characters who can join and leave units willy-nilly and go join other units or fight all alone by themselves as single figures. Unit commanders cannot. Unit commanders are assigned to a unit at deployment at the beginning of the game, and they can never leave that unit. We'll talk about the other single figures who can leave the units later, but a unit commander can never leave the unit. But that's it, folks. That is how a unit commander attaching him to a unit works, and what it looks like in Battlefields of Mana. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I appreciate your viewership. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. And we're getting right down to it. We are nearing the point where we have covered every core figure and unit in the entire list of different possibilities, because now we're talking about sorcerers. So a sorcerer is an optional way to play. If you want to experience the full game, you and your opponent absolutely include sorcerers in your army. As you can see from the cost, we're kind of skipping ahead here. There is no cost. You either both play with sorcerers or you don't. They're simply too powerful. So here is how it works. We have both a foot and a mounted pose. We also have both men and women. You may want a sorceress instead of a sorcerer. And you can do it both foot and mounted, like I mentioned. Depending on the unit type, you may or may not want to attach your sorcerer to. So let's actually take a peek at that right now. Those are just a few of the different examples. These were Lunar Knight, the Lunar Knight Sorcerer. Very cool figure. It's actually Leonardo da Vinci, both foot and mounted. But I love it because he looks like a sorcerer and he's holding some scrolls. And then for the Regal Guard, of course, the more colorful Renaissance look to them. So that is a mounted sorcerer. Here is a foot sorceress. Very cool looking fig. All right, so, and of course we have the different stack cards. So that was the Lunar Knight Sorcerer. Here is the Regal Guard Sorcerer. And I have different figures as well. So if you didn't like the Leonardo da Vinci pose, or if you wanted a male on foot sorcerer, I have tons of different 15mm sorcerer figures, both foot and mounted. All right, so here, let's say you wanted to, and we talked about this kind of with the unit commander, you cannot move unit commanders between units. They're stuck on the unit they're assigned to at the beginning of the game. Sorcerers are considered single figures that can act independently on their own. They can move on their own. You can deploy them at the beginning of the battle attached to a unit. You can deploy them individually. You can deploy them mounted, and then during the course of the game, move into contact with a friendly unit is all you have to do, and they take the form of the unit they're attached to. So in this case, attaching a sorcerer to a foot unit, even if he was mounted when he moved into contact with them, he is now on foot like the rest of the unit. If he were on foot and he moved into contact with a mounted unit, you would grab your mounted pose. That's why you need both foot and mounted poses, so that you can swap out. They're always considered to have, a squire or something nearby that's holding the reins of the horse or whatever. You can make up in your mind how you justify it, but it always takes the footprint of the unit it's attached to. Single figures are always assigned to the front rank. If you have more single figures in the front rank than you do have spaces, then they start moving into the back rank. You never replace the center banner bearer, however. And then any replaced units just get stuck in the back like that. And of course, they can be put to either side. If they get attacked in the flank, you can shuffle them down here. In fact, it's not an option. You have to. You always have to maximize the number of figures in contact. So, let's start talking about the stats. There's a lot to discuss. I'll try to go quick. Attack dice, 2. Normally, you're going to be casting spells with the sorcerer, but let's just say you were he was attacking in melee. You just wanted to attack back in melee. He attacks with 2 dice, whether he's attacking close combat or at range. He has no special combat strength modifiers, just for his normal attacks. You can imagine maybe in melee, he's whipping up some kind of basic spell, or at range, he's just shooting a basic fireball out of his hand, nothing too crazy. Armor value 2, so it takes 3s or better to hit him. Again, if he's on his own, you can target him with range, whatever you want, but if he's in a unit, he can't be singled out in a ranged attack. He can be singled out in a close combat attack, however, either way, whether he was by himself or in a unit. So in order to hit him, 3s or better. He does have a defensive special ability. You can imagine, he kind of has this aura around him at all times. He gets +1 to all his defense dice. Range is 12. His range is 12 inches. Movement is 4 on foot or 6 if mounted. And that's important because if he was mounted and he joined a unit of heavy cavalry, you always move the slower of the unit combat profile. So heavy cavalry only move 5 inches per movement action. So even though he has a 6-inch movement, if he was attached to a unit of heavy cavalry, he'd only be moving 5 with the rest of the unit. Or 3 inches on foot if he was attached to a unit of Axemen who only move 3. But, archers have a movement of 4, so he can keep up with them with a movement of 4. Initiative is +5. He is a leader, just like a unit commander, just like a warlord, which we'll talk about later. He has a huge initiative bonus. Any unit that he's attached to benefits from that initiative bonus. Health is 10. I typically use these little tiny 10-sided dice, which I absolutely love. Stick that like in the back of the unit. That tells you that's how much HP he has every time he takes some hits. Just turn that down. Keeps track of how much health he has. And I love that. So 10 health. He doesn't cost anything. And then ability. Cavalry with an asterisk, because he will have the cavalry ability if he is mounted. Cavalry again gives him a +1 bonus in melee when fighting non-polearm infantry. That's whether he's on his own or in a cavalry unit. And then the magic special ability is where it all happens. So if you and your opponent are using sorcerers, there is a magic phase. In Battlefields of Mana, it goes movement phase, magic phase, range attack phase, close combat phase. If you're not using sorcerers, you just skip the magic phase. But if you are engaged in a magic, if you are using sorcerers in your game, you will engage in the magic phase. And the way that works is twofold. First is an optional arcane duel. So an arcane duel is optional for the current active player. So in a round, one player will go, then the next player will go. Next round, repeat the process. One player, then the other player. They complete all 4 phases of a turn, and then the next player takes their 4 phases of the turn. So the active player on their magic phase decides, do I want to engage in an arcane duel or not? If they say they don't want to, then they move on to spell casting. If they do want to engage in an arcane duel, this is how it works. There are 3 4-sided dice. Blue for water, green for earth, red for fire. 4 elements. Rock, paper, scissors mechanism. Fire beats earth, water beats fire, earth beats water. You take one, in secret, one of the elements. Your opponent does the same. You simultaneously roll them and consult a chart. I wonder if I can actually fit this on camera. Let's see. As you can see, here are the results. This is from the perspective of the active player, but it works either way. So if you have the higher color and higher number, 2 wounds on the opposing sorcerer. If you had a lower color but higher number, no effect. Lower color, even number, 1 wound on your own sorcerer. So as you can see, it's a rock, paper, scissors style situation with 2 variables, and the results end up wounding. So what is the point of an arcane duel? Well, as you may expect, sorcerers are so powerful that you're probably not going to want to rush them up in the middle of a melee. You're probably going to keep them back, casting support spells, maybe the occasional offensive spell, but it may be hard to ever get to your opposing sorcerer. So this is a way where you could potentially start chipping away at them if they are turtling way on the back edge of the battlefield. If they're turtling and you're like, you know what, let's start arcane dueling. I want to start wounding you, what have you. So arcane duel, rock, paper, scissors, 3d4s, and consult the chart. Then it is time for the spellcasting portion of the magic phase, during which you roll for mana. Typically, it's 1d4. You roll that, you collect that many mana crystals, which will look like this, and you can save them from turn to turn or spend them or whatever you want to do. And on your turn, you can spend as many mana crystals as you want to cast a whole variety of spells. There's no way I'm going to be able to fit this whole list on the camera, but a couple of spells include Enchant. It costs 2 mana crystals. And again, if you had 4, 6, 8 mana crystals, you could enchant 2, 3, 4 times. Or maybe cast an enchantment and another spell, or any combination. Enchant gives one of these custom enchant tokens, which are gorgeous, that I had designed by Litco. And within, again, 12-inch range, 12 inches, and line of sight varies depending on the spell. Some spells require it, some spells don't. Some spells cannot be used if he's engaged in close combat. Some spells can still be used if he's engaged. Just like shooting, like this archer unit, if it moved 4 inches and then it could still shoot, the sorcerer can move once and still cast a spell. But if he moves twice, he cannot cast a spell. However, he can still channel mana, which is what rolling a d4 is. I said mostly 1d4, but there are ways you could channel 2d4 mana in a single turn. That would be huge. But either way, if you spent 2 mana, cast an enchantment, you can cast that on any friendly unit or single figure. And you will place the enchantment token next to the unit. A unit can have as many enchant tokens as you want. You spend these enchant tokens to reroll dice. You can reroll attack dice, defense dice, even initiative dice. If you really need to go first and you roll poorly, you can spend your enchant token to reroll your initiative die. Other spells include slowing your opponent down, permanently reduces the targeted unit or single figure's movement in half for the rest of the game. Restore, costs 4 mana, allows the sorcerer to heal you d4 HP. That's mostly used on, figures that have more than 2 HP like a typical unit has. A shield is so cool. 4 mana, you roll a d4. These are little tiny d4s. Oh, 4. And then you stick that on the unit that you cast a shield on. And now any attacks against that unit at range, at close combat, they chip away at that shield value first before they hit the rest of the unit. Divine Strength, you can increase the result of die rolls by d3. Necromance, for 8 mana, you can summon a unit that looks like this of 6 figures of skeletons. So I have skeleton figures. You can cast for 8 mana, summon a 6-figure unit of skeletons. They have the combat profile of Peasant Militia, but with polearm. And then Pyrostorm is the one that I use probably the most often. It costs for mana varies. It can cost anywhere from 1 to as many mana as you want. What it does is you get to, it's basically a ranged attack with that many dice. For every mana you spend, you get to roll that many d6. Now, Pyrostorm is pretty incredible because all those dice are all +1. Cover terrain has no impact. Armor value of the target is reduced to 1. No defensive special abilities may be applied. So it's a hugely powerful ranged attack. Again, 12 inches. And you spend as many mana. So the more mana you spend, the more dice you get to roll. And I think that basically sums up most of the spells. But yeah, so there's a whole list of spells that the sorcerer can cast. Again, channeling, arcane dueling, getting all this mana, casting these spells with these cool, unique little tokens, keeping track of his own health with this cool little die. He can be on his own mounted, just shooting across the battlefield and casting, shield over here and shooting a Pyrostorm blast over here because he can cast as many spells as he has mana in a turn. Or maybe you stick him in a unit so he can't be singled out. People can shoot him, or cast a catapult. Catapults love trying to single out. If he's by himself, you can single him out with a catapult shot. But if he's in a unit, you can target the unit, but the unit takes the hits before he does. So yeah, there's just, oh my gosh, I just absolutely love it. That is the concept of sorcerers in battlefields of mana, folks. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it. And until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana, and here it is. This is it. This is the last core figure 4 battlefields of mana. Before we move on to mercenaries, marauders, all kinds of crazy additions and special features you can add to your army, just for the basic Lunar Knights or Regal Guard, we've talked about them all. Ranged infantry and cavalry, melee infantry and cavalry, siege engines, sorcerers, unit commanders, and now finally warlords. You can absolutely play Battlefields of Mana without warlords, but to get the full experience, each player should have a warlord. And I have figures that represent male warlords, female warlords, both foot and mounted. You're going to need one of each, no matter the gender. Cost. We'll skip right to cost. Look at the cost. It says NA, not applicable, because you either play with warlords or you don't. You and your opponent both have one or you don't. They're just too powerful to, someone have one and the other person doesn't have one. So here I have an example of the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice, a foot warlord and a mounted warlord. And then just as an example, Lunar Knights also have their warlord. I just have a foot one pictured there, but of course the stats are the same. There's a lot to talk about. Let's dive right in. Warlords are single figures that can either operate independently on their own or be attached to a unit. They can either be running around on foot, they can run around on horseback, they can attach themselves to any friendly unit, foot or mounted. If, we had our warlord on horseback and he wanted to attach himself to a unit of swordsmen, he could. He would just get off of his horse and you would use the foot pose and attach it to the unit of swordsmen. Or if he was on foot and he wanted to attach himself to, let's say, we happen to have here a unit of heavy cavalry. Even if he was on foot, boom, he attaches himself to the unit. Single figures always get placed in the front rank. You never replace the banner bearer, but either side can be replaced, and then that figure is just moved to the back. This isn't going to be able to stay here, but just so you can see, you would just put it in the back on either side, however the case may be. And then you would stick the figure right there. He always mimics the combat profile of the unit he attaches himself to. You can think of it like he has a squire that's always running around with his horse, so he can get up and off of it at will. So if he wanted to leave this unit and run over and become a foot guy again, he absolutely could. So that's why when you notice on the unit profile, his movement is 4 if he's on foot, but 6 if he's mounted, and he has the cavalry ability with the asterisk if he is on horseback. So again, he can run around individually or attach himself to a unit like he is there. Either way, his personal attack dice are 4. He gets to roll 4 attack dice. So in this situation, heavy cavalry, 3 attack dice, 3 attack dice, 4 attack dice. That's 10 attack dice, except you would roll them separately because they are 2 separate attacks. So for example, you would roll with your heavy cavalry first or roll with the warlord first, whatever the case may be. The initiative bonus that he has is, and I mentioned this in other videos, the unit, if he is attached to a unit, the single figure attached to the unit gives his initiative bonus. If it's better, you always take the higher initiative bonus. So in this case, heavy cav are +3, but he's a +5. So that whole unit now is a +5. And combat strength is a +1. Well, it's a good thing he added himself to that unit because they're also +1s. So they work out pretty well together. So he also is armor 3. So only 4s or better will hit him. Now his defense is a +1. And he has a parry save. So when he's rolling for defense, every defense die he rolls is a +1. And any attack dice he fails to negate with his defense roll, he can try to parry save him on 6s. He has no range, unless he has an item. We'll get into items in a second. Movement, again, is 4 or 6. Initiative +5. Health is a 10, which is why I have these adorable, tiny little D10s. I'll keep those behind the unit to note how much health the warlord has. And then the ability. Now, you'll notice he has a lot. So cavalry, of course, means +1 initiative bonus if he's mounted and facing a non-polearm infantry. So if he's fighting other cavalry units, No, he doesn't get the cavalry bonus, but if he's fighting non-polearm infantry like Axemen, Men-at-Arms, Flail Bearers, Swordsmen, Archers, whatever, he will get that +1 initiative bonus, which will bring him up to a +6, which is absolutely insane. Now let's talk about the 2 abilities. Let's talk about Warcry first. Warcry says that during the turn, doesn't matter, whatever phase of the turn you're in, movement, magic, range attack, close combat, as long as it's your turn, you can perform a Warcry. You roll a d6. On the result of a 1 or a 2, it does nothing. But on a result of a 3 or better, every friendly unit or single figure, I shouldn't say or, and every unit and single figure friendly within 6 inches of the Warlord. And it's not measured from the center of the Warlord. It's literally it's anywhere on the base, even from the back little corner. 6 inches. If any friendly units, including the unit he's in, if he's in one, within 6 inches of anywhere on his base, if you roll a 3 or better, all those units get a Warcry die. And units and single figures can have as many of these Warcry dice as they can handle. A Warcry die just gets added to the unit, and then that Warcry die can be used as an additional attack die, an additional defense die, or even to bump up your initiative roll. So instead of rolling 1d6 and adding your initiative bonus, you could roll multiple d6 if you use Warcry dice along with your initiative dice. So those are extra die. The Warlord can Warcry units within 6, and they all get it. Not just the unit he's in, not just the unit next to him. Every friendly unit and single figure around him within 6 inches, line of sight not required. As long as he rolls a 3 or better, they all get a Warcry die. And he can do that anytime during the turn, and he can do that every single turn. The only caveats is the Warlord themselves do not get the Warcry die, and the Sorcerer does not benefit from a Warcry die. So the 2 leaders, the Warlord and the Sorcerer, do not benefit from Warcry. And then the Warlord ability. The Warlord ability has several features. First of all, the unit he's attached to obviously gets to use his initiative. However, every unit also within 6 inches, line of sight not required, also get to use that initiative bonus. I mean, come on, is that not absolutely insane? So, like a unit commander, you attach one of those to a unit, that unit itself gets the initiative bonus. The Warlord, all units and single figures within 6 inches all get to use the Warlord's initiative bonus, and they never suffer the panic disability. Panic is if your unit is cut to half or less of your starting strength, you suffer a -1 to your initiative roll. If you are within 6 inches of the Warlord, then you do not suffer panic. Even if you're whittled down to just your banner bearer, if you are still within 6 inches of the Warlord, you do not suffer the panic disability. All right, so that's most of it. And then here's the last bit of it. There's a deck here of like 12 item cards. You shuffle them, split them in half, and you draft. So let's do that right now. Let's give this a little shuffle. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep, there's 12 of them. Give them a little shuffle. Cut them in half. Give one half to one opponent. You keep the other half. You take a look at them. You keep one, pass the rest. They keep one, pass the rest to you. You do that back and forth till you then have 6 items of which you can choose up to a certain point value. That's determined game to game, but I typically do 5 points. Your Warlord gets 5 points of items. Let's take a look at what some of these items could be. Gauntlets of the Warrior for a point. Reroll all natural attack and defense dice results of 1 1 time. That's not 1 time per game, that's 1 time per roll. So every single time you roll attack or defense dice, you get to re-roll your 1s. That's pretty sweet. I mean, these are all good. Here is one of the most amazing ones. It costs 2 points, Bodolph's Staff. Channel an extra d4 of mana. That's more of a benefit for your sorcerer, but the warlord is like also channeling, and then combined with the sorcerer, that's 2d4 mana. That's insane. 2d4 mana is huge. Guardian Shield for a point. You get dodge. The warlord adds dodge to the defensive abilities. Dodge is reroll all defense die results that failed to negate an attack roll. Armor of Retaliation, 2 points. When wounded, immediately counterattack with the same number of unmodified attacks. So if the warlord ends up taking 3 wounds, even after all the defense, he still took 3 wounds, immediately do 3 attacks right back at whoever wounded you. Doesn't matter if it was range, doesn't matter if it was from a catapult, doesn't matter if the warlord ended up dying. You still get to do that retaliation, and that's in addition to the warlord's own attack. Now, I will say this, if the warlord does ever die, the whole army for the rest of the game suffers a -1 initiative modifier. Poison Dagger for a point, effect poison. This includes range, so it's not just like a poison dagger, but it could be a poison anything. Why might it be range for someone without range? We'll talk about that in a second. But poison, I should have brought a poison token over. I have a bunch of little poison tokens. If you successfully wound an opposing figure or unit, that unit becomes poison. They take a poison token. At the end of every turn, every player's turn, the player's turn who poisoned them and the player's turn who was poisoned. So basically twice, every single round, roll a d6. I should look up exactly what it is. It is a result of 1 is 2 wounds on the unit or single figure. These are automatic wounds. You can't roll to defend against these. A 1 is 2 wounds. A 2 or 3 is 1 wound. A 4 or 5 is no effect. And a 6, if you roll a 6, you cure the poison. But that's every single attack. Even at range, you could potentially poison your opponent. They have to roll a d6 at the end of everybody's turn and take wounds accordingly. The Banner of Courage for a point. Yourself and attached unit, if you are attached to one, always strikes first. Ignore initiative. Always strike first. Even before polearm. This supersedes polearm. Always strike first. Helm of Regeneration for 2 points. Start of your own turn, roll a d6. If you roll a 5 or a 6, you get to heal d4. This is huge because there are not many ways to heal. The Sorcerer does have a healing spell, but if you have this, every single turn, you roll a d6, and on a 5 or a 6, like right there, you have a 1 in 3 chance, essentially, of healing d4 wounds. It is so annoying when your opponent has that. Here's how you can give your warlord range. An arm cannon for a point simply gives him an 8-inch range. Doesn't even matter. All the combat strength and everything all adds to that. He now has an 8-inch range. If you add that with the poison dagger, you could shoot at range and, poison him from afar. If you include the gauntlets of the warrior, you're re-rolling 1s. Here's one. Boots of the Artificier cost for 1 point effect, rally, and +2 movement to self and attached unit if attached to one, infantry only. So these boots, he basically hands them out to the whole infantry unit he's attached to, essentially. Rally means it doesn't cost anything to wheel. You can wheel as many times as you want, as far as you want. You can 360 wheel, because normally when you wheel a unit, you're still spending movement points to wheel, and now with rally, basically you get a free reform. It's not a wheel, I shouldn't say wheel, it's a reform. You pivot on the center of the unit. Basically what they're doing right now on that turntable. You can, thank you for demonstrating that. You can reform in any direction as many times. So you move 3 inches, reform. Move 4 more inches, reform. Move 5. Because normally a reform is an entire movement action. You can wheel, and depending on how far you wheel, that's part of your movement points. You can totally reform, and that's one entire movement action. Rally is a big deal. Plus, this adds +2 to your attached unit. So if you attach your Warlord to a unit of Swordsmen, they are now moving 6 inches, and they can rally, reform for free. So I mean, that's pretty sweet. Axe of Legend for 1 point gives the Warlord Assault. If you recall, Assault is 6s explode. Any 6s the Warlord rolls explode, which is pretty sweet. Generates more dice. Every 6 you roll is another dice you get to roll, and those dice can also explode. And then a Squire. We said that he already probably had a Squire who handles his horse, but here is a very cool Squire. Squire for 2 points. Effect: the Squire himself has 2 HP and 2d6 unmodified attacks simultaneous with the Warlord. Those attacks are basically increases the Warlord's attack dice to 6, but they're unmodified, unlike his 4. So you roll his 4 first, modify them, roll 2 more unmodified, but it's still all considered 1 attack. The Squire himself is unable to be targeted, and a wound on the Warlord may be given to the Squire instead. So the Squire has 2 HP, basically bumps the Warlord's attack dice up by 2 for unmodified, and bumps his health up by 2. So that's just a very cool thing, especially when you add it to this. The Amulet of Time for 2 points, immediately take a second attack action. So, I mean, just do the math. Especially if you have the Squire, that's 12 dice. 4 dice for the Warlord, then 2 more dice, and then immediately take a second attack action. 4 more attack dice, 2 more attack dice, especially when you add it with Assault. Now he's attacking twice, 6s explode, maybe reroll 1s, maybe do that all at range. I mean, come on. So you can see the combos with all of these items can be insane. And those you, again, draft and pick at the beginning of the game. And folks, man, this was a long one, but we had a lot to talk about. That is a lot of the ins and outs of the Warlord. One other thing I want to mention about single figures: when they're on their own, they don't have flanks. So they don't need a wheel or anything like that. They kind of just move as the crow flies around the battlefield, and they don't suffer penalties for being charged in the flank or the rear, or getting shot in the flank, because they don't have flanks or rears. If someone attacks them from the side, just move the figure over, because he doesn't have a flank or rear. That's actually the same thing if you, and this is going off on a tangent, if a unit was whittled down to their banner bearer, they no longer have flanks either. So if I attacked him here, just turn him like this, because he doesn't, once you're down to the banner bearer, you no longer suffer flank or rear detriments. However, you are always panicked, unless you're within 6 of the Warlord. All right, anyway, that's all, folks. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, thank you so much for joining me on another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. If you've watched them all in order up to now, you've seen all the core units. All the Regal Guard, all the Lunar Knights, the Sorcerers, Warlords, Siege Engines, and all the Infantry and Cavalry. Now, we're moving on to the Mercenaries and Marauders. I don't think I'm going to go into too much detail exactly what the Marauders are. Let's call them a third faction with their own unit types. So Regal Guard and Lunar Knights each had the same units. They both had archers, both had men-at-arms, both had heavy cavalry, etc., etc. They just had different models and different paint schemes, but their combat profiles were exactly the same. This third faction, known as Bandit Marauders, is a mercenary faction. Unlike the other two, there are fewer unit types in total, but they are completely unique. These were designed to introduce a common enemy, and maybe even a third player. You could do allied scenarios, or just have, one of the normal armies fighting a bandit marauder in a scenario, in case you needed some mercenaries. I do want to make the distinction that Marauders have several different unit types, of which you can have up to 4 of each, just like a core unit, whereas Mercenaries, we'll get into a little later, they are completely independent. They are only able to have 1 of each. They're comprised of single figures and units. They're trolls, they're dwarves, they're all sorts of different creatures and monsters and other special unit types that you can only have 1 unit or 1 single figure of each in your army, whereas these Marauders are just like the Lunar Knights or the Regal Guard. You can have up to 4 of these. So let's start talking about them. This is the lowest cost point Marauder unit. This is a unit of Marauder Skirmishers. All Marauder units have the same flag. You know, I did the banner bearers. I had Alternative Armies who painted all these figures for me. I had them do the banners on the core 2 army types based on the unit type. So the unit of archers had a banner bearer with a bow and arrow on the flag, or a swordsman unit had a sword on the flag. All Marauder units all just have a skull on the flag. You still do remove the banner bearer last, but when you whittle down to just the banner bearer, replace the banner bearer with one of the discarded figures, so you still know which type of figure the unit was, or I guess still is technically. So Marauder Skirmishers, as you can see by their pose, they are staff slingers. So if you recall what a slinger is, you know, a sling with a rock in it, and you wind it up and hurl the rock. So these are staff slingers. They're slings attached to the end of staffs, and I just love these figures. So Marauder Skirmishers, again, only cost 2 points. They're the cheapest Marauder unit. Attack dice 1. So each figure has 1 attack die. No combat strength abilities. Armor value of 1. So again, it only takes 2s or more to hit them. They do have an 8-inch range, which means that they are slinging their stones, and again, when you have a range, you get the supporting attacks from the back rank. So in melee, they're only getting 1 attack die per figure in close contact, but at range, all, you know, assuming they haven't taken casualties yet, all 6 figures will contribute their attack die. So that's up to 6 attack dice with an 8-inch range. Movement of 4, common among infantry, so they can move up to 4 inches in a single movement action, or take 2 movement actions, foregoing a later ranged attack or close combat attack action to move twice and move up to 8 inches. Initiative of 3. This is initiative bonus of 3. That's pretty good. I mean, these guys are pretty quick, and that's why they have an initiative bonus of +3 to their initiative die roll. Health, as usual, 2. So 2 HP per figure. Every 2 wounds the unit takes, you remove a casualty. And the ability that all Marauders have, we have this very special 10-sided Marauder die. So what does this mean? Well, all Marauders have this special ability. You roll the d10 along with your attack dice in both close combat and range combat. A result of 7 or better is 1 unblockable wound. The wound cannot be avoided by the use of any special abilities. It's not defended against like a normal attack die. A result of 6 or less has no effect. Now, this die is not used with other special abilities like collision or volley, some of the other things we've talked about. Later we'll talk about Marauder Bowmen, who have volley, which is 6s explode for ranged attacks. So, you know, when you roll this, if it was a 6 or a 7 or better, no, that doesn't explode. So this isn't used in conjunction with any other special abilities or anything like that. And then a unit targeting multiple opponents in a single attack chooses 1 to receive the Marauder attack die. So why is it 7 or more? Does that seem kind of arbitrary? 7 or more because, you know, if you think about it, if someone was rolling a defense die, it can never exceed 6. So a 7 or better would not be able to be defended against anyway. So, but we still say no defense die result, no extra defense dice to try to block this, because that would technically be an extra defense die that could negate another attack die. So no, you don't get any extra defense dice for this Marauder die. This Marauder, because these are bandits and thieves. Marauders are underhanded, sneaky. They probably, while they're parrying your blows, they're probably sticking a poison dagger in your gut. So this D10 Marauder special ability is across all Marauder units, and on a 7 or better, that is 1 unblockable wound. It just makes them a little more dangerous, and also compensates for the fact that they don't have quite the variety of unit types that the other bigger units have. So that is our first. Can you believe it? We're now into the Marauders. We got a bunch of Marauder units to talk about. This was our first Marauder unit review, Marauder Skirmishers for Battlefields of Mana. Folks, thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. Now again, this is, if you're watching these in order, this is our second Marauder unit we're reviewing. We've reviewed all of the core unit types. We have now moved on to the underhanded bandit marauders. These are mercenaries, thieves, thugs, specifically thugs here. Marauder thugs, that is. This is a unit of Marauder thugs. So, what are Marauder thugs all about? And what's that D10? Well, if this is your first Marauder review, I will explain in a moment why there's a special D10 hanging out there with the thugs. So Marauder Thugs, attack dice 2, that's in close contact. Every one of the thugs in contact with an opponent gets to roll 2 attack dice. Combat strength ability is Fury. You may recall, if you saw the Axemen unit review, that Fury is when this unit is reduced to half or less. That's as soon as they take 3 casualties, they become furious. Whittling this unit down to half or less triggers its Fury special ability, which states that from that point on, their attack dice are all +1. So they're rolling anything they roll for attacks, they get to add +1 to the result, up to a maximum, as usual, of 6. Next, armor value of 1. They are thugs. They're not very heavily armored, so they only have an armor value of 1, which means opponents only need 2s or better in order to hit them. No special defensive abilities. They'll still get their typical defense roll, but nothing beyond that. No range. Movement of 4, so typical infantry movement of 4 inches per movement action, so you can move once for 4 inches or move twice, foregoing any combat actions later in the turn, but you can then move up to 8 inches. Initiative bonus of +2, so in addition to their initiative die roll, they get to add 2 to that when determining who goes first in close combat. Health of 2, so every figure in the unit has 2 health. Every 2 wounds the unit takes, that means you remove a figure as a casualty. And then we have a couple of abilities. Frenzy and Marauder. Let's talk about Marauder first, because that will explain what that 10-sided die is. Every Marauder unit in the game has the Marauder special ability. Simply put, you roll the 10-sided Marauder die along with the rest of your attack dice on the result of a 7 or higher. That's 1 unblockable wound. Think of it like, they're underhanded bandits and thieves. They're not fighting fair. While they're parrying with one hand, they may stick a poison dagger in your thigh with the other. So on a 7 or better on that Marauder die, that's 1 unblockable wound. I go into a little more detail in the Marauder Skirmisher video if you want to watch that, if you haven't already. Frenzy. Frenzy, you may recall from the Flail Bearer review. Frenzy says in the first round of combat, you get an extra attack die, which is absolutely insane, especially when you think this unit only costs 3 points. So, But of course, that is just in the first round of combat. You can imagine these thugs either charging at you with their clubs, or you charge at them and they're bracing and ready to strike back. So in the very first round of combat, they do get 1 extra attack die per figure. So if you're attacking them at the front, that's 3, 6, 9 dice. And assuming if they have been cut in half, those 9 dice are all going to be +1 thanks to their Furious ability. Plus they're rolling a d10 for a potential Marauder extra wound. So I mean, these guys are fantastic and they only cost 3 points. Not too bad at all. All right, folks, that's going to do it for Marauder Thugs. Thank you all so much for watching another unit review. Stay tuned to the next or catch up on the ones you've missed. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. This time we're looking at, again, Marauders. At this point in time, I've already reviewed Bandit Marauder Thugs, Marauder Skirmishers. Now we're looking at Marauder Bowmen. Marauder Bowmen have a very cool ability that we will discuss in a second. So Marauders, unlike the other core unit types of, Regal Guard and Lunar Knights, who each have the same type of units. They all have archers, they all have heavy cavalry, etc. Their unit profiles are exactly the same. They just have different miniatures and different paint schemes. But the Marauder, the Bandit Marauders, who are this third mercenary faction, have their own units, including Marauder Bowmen. And we'll just set this right here. We'll talk about that in just a second. If you haven't seen the other Marauder video overviews, we'll talk about why there's a D10 there. So, attack dice, 1. Every figure in the unit gets a single attack die, of course, with range. The rule for range is they also get supporting attacks from the back rank. So that's 6 attack dice, assuming they haven't taken any casualties yet for a standard ranged attack. Now, just like the core unit, archers and crossbows of the Lunar Knights and Regal Guard, Marauder Bowmen also suffer a -1 in melee for combat, both combat, attacking, and defending. Only armor value of 1. Again, they're typical bowmen, so it only takes 2s or more to hit them. Range is 12, so they got the full 12-inch range for their bows. Movement, standard 4 inches, so again, they can move up to 4 inches, or forego a ranged combat attack and move twice to move up to 8 inches. They do have initiative bonus of +1, so if they ever do get into melee, which God forbid, don't ever get your bowmen into melee, when rolling to see who goes first, they do get a +1 to their die roll. Health, 2. So that means every figure in the unit has 2 HP, and so every 2 wounds, you will remove a figure from the unit as a casualty. Abilities, you'll see a list of them there. Move to fire, we know. If, as it says, if they move and then fire in the same turn. So if they move up to 4 inches and then also fire in the same turn, that is a -1 to all of the attack dice. However, if they're stationary, if they didn't move this turn and then shot during the ranged combat phase, no modifiers to the dice. Next ability, though, is Volley. Volley is one of my favorite abilities. It's just like Assault. If you remember the Flail Bearers, if you remember, who else had Assault? Someone else had Assault too. Flail Bearers. 6s explode in close combat. Volley is the ranged equivalent. 6s explode, and these are natural 6s, so not unmodified. I mean, that's what I mean. They are unmodified 6s. So, if you move to fire and you roll a 6, that is going to be reduced to a 5. However, because it was a natural 6, you will get the explosion result as well. That way, even if you move to fire, you still get a benefit from volley. Because if you move to fire, everything was -1. You'd never roll a 6 then. They'd all become 5s. So yes, a natural, unmodified 6. If you roll it, it explodes. It gives you another die for every 6 you roll. Those can also then explode. However, if you move, they are then reduced to 5s. But if you never move, and you roll your 6 dice and you roll some 6s, those explode and then those can explode. So these archers can shoot a huge, as it says, volley, which just makes them freaking awesome. And then lastly, the Marauder special ability. This is what that 10-sided die is. Every Marauder unit has the Marauder special ability. You roll the 10-sided die along with the attack dice in both melee and range. A result of 7 or more is 1 unblockable wound. Now, a 6 or less is nothing. But a 7 or better, and that's symbolic because normally you're rolling d6 for defense dice, and you can never exceed a 6, even if you had a defensive modifier. So that just kind of shows, yeah, 7 or more would be unblockable anyway, but you don't get any extra defense dice. So yeah, 7 or better, 1 unblockable wound. All Marauder units have that special Marauder ability. You can think of it as, you know, they maybe tipped the edge of their arrows with poison and did a little extra damage, or, you know, even in melee, maybe someone stuck a dagger in your thigh when you weren't looking or something. So they're underhanded bandits and thieves. They all have this Marauder ability. And then the cost, 3 points. 3 points. They're essentially archers, but with the volley and Marauder abilities, which is why they cost an extra point, because a typical unit of archers is only 2 points. Marauder Bowmen are 3 points, thanks to that volley ability and the Marauder ability. All right, folks, that was our next Marauder unit review. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another Battlefields of Mana unit review, and we're talking Marauder Highwaymen. So, if this is your first Marauder unit review, unlike Regal Guard, Lunar Knights, all the core units they have, Marauders are like a sub-faction, a third faction of Mercenaries and Bandits. They have their own unit types. You'll notice the banner bearer always has a skull, no matter which type of unit it is, to denote that these are in fact Marauders. We'll talk about that D10 in just a second that's hanging out with them there. But Highwaymen, they are essentially kind of a souped up Halberdier unit, essentially. You'll notice they are holding halberds. So what is this Highwayman unit all about? Well, attack dice 2, so every figure in close combat is going to get 2 attack dice. So if you had a unit directly to this unit's front, you'd have 2, 4, 6 attack dice, all of which are +1 combat strength of +1 in melee for attack dice. Armor 2, so only 3s or better are going to hit them when an opponent's rolling their attack dice. No defensive special abilities, no range, movement of 4, which is pretty standard, and is in fact, if you recall, faster than a Halberdier from the Regal Guard or the Lunar Knights. So these are a little bit faster Halberdiers. They have a speed of 4 inches. Each movement action they take is 4 inches, so again, you can move once and then also take a combat action later in the turn, or move twice and forgo combat. Moving twice means this unit could move up to 8 inches. Initiative bonus of +2, so when determining who goes first, you and your opponent roll a d6, and this unit gets to add 2 to that die result. Health of 2 as usual, so each figure in the unit has 2 HP. So every 2 wounds the unit takes, you will remove a casualty. And then here's the fun part. Special abilities. First of all, polearm. So just like Halberdiers, polearm is basically 3 special abilities in one. First of all, it gives them an extra die per figure in the second rank. Normally in melee, a unit will only get attack dice contributed from figures in just the front rank, or if someone was attacking them from the flank, just the 2 on the side would get to attack. With polearm, I don't even know why I brought up the flank, because the polearm doesn't affect that at all. It's still just those 2 in contact. But from the front, Both the front rank and the second rank will contribute attacks. Supporting attacks in the second rank are all just 1 die, so 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 attack dice, assuming they haven't taken any casualties yet, thanks to that polearm ability. Additionally, polearm gives this unit the ability to strike first in the first round of each new combat. So I mention each new combat because they'll strike first in this combat, and then if they move on to another combat later, they'll get to strike first in the first round of that combat as well, thanks to those polearms. So you can imagine, their halberds sticking out, a unit charges at them, well, the halberds are going to get there before the unit gets to them. Now, if the opposing unit also has polearm, then the attacks are just simultaneous. But against everyone else, the first round of combat, this unit is going to get to strike first, and that's not all. The third and final feature of the polearm special ability is that they get to re-roll 1s in their attack roll against cavalry. So polearms they feast on cavalry. If this unit is attacking a unit of cavalry, when they roll their attack dice, they are re-rolling 1s. So you put it all together, assuming they haven't taken any casualties yet, and they're facing a unit of cavalry at their front, they're getting 9 dice, all +1, and re-rolling natural 1s. Additionally, they have the Marauder special ability. Now, Marauder is an ability that all Marauder units have. It just kind of is a theme for their faction. They're underhanded bandits, and when you're not looking, they're going to stab you in the thigh with a poison dagger, or while they're parrying you, they're going to, do something underhanded, kick you in the groin or something. So that's where this D10 comes in. When you're rolling those 9 attack dice, or whatever the case may be, you simultaneously also roll this D10. And on a result of 7 or better, that is 1 unblockable wound. And that's kind of symbolic. You may be saying, well, why is 7? Well, because defense dice, are typically, D6. Well, even with +1s or other special features, it can never go above a 6. So rolling a 7 or better on this die wouldn't be able to be blocked anyway, but you also don't get any extra defense dice for this. This is an extra die. 7 or better is simply 1 unblockable wound against the opponent. So that is it. And what does all this cost? 4 points. They are a bit pricey, but they are the same price as a unit of Halberdiers, and they are better than Halberdiers, thanks to the increased movement and the Marauder special ability. All right, folks, that is it for Marauder Highwaymen. Thank you for joining me for another Battlefields of Mana unit review. I appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, thank you once again for joining me for another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. This time, we're looking at a unit of Marauder Cavalry. So this is the first and only mounted unit available to the Marauders. The Marauders being a kind of a sub-third faction. With the Lunar Knights and the Regal Guard, they had identical forces. Of course, the miniatures and paint schemes were different, but both armies had archers. Both armies had heavy cav, and the combat profiles for both were exactly the same. This is a third separate faction with their own units. Not as many, not as varied, but it's kind of a mercenary faction of bandits and thieves. So we've already reviewed the 4 infantry unit types. Here is the 5th unit type, and it is a unit of cavalry, Marauder Cavalry. First of all, I just love the way these guys turned out. They look fantastic. As with all Marauder units, the banner bearer has a skull on the flag, depicting that it is a unit of Marauder-related forces. So what makes this unit of Marauder Cavalry special? Well, let's go through the combat profile. Attack dice, 2. So every figure in close combat will each get to roll 2 attack dice apiece. Combat strength is +1. So every die that they get to roll is also increased by 1 to a maximum of 6. Armor is 3. That means when an opponent is attacking, the opponent needs to roll 4s or better just to hit. And then Marauder Cav have a defensive special ability called Resilient. What that means is when they roll their defense dice, which in Battlefields of Mana, you roll as many defense dice as attack dice that got past your armor. And then the resilient ability allows the defender to re-roll any ones, because you know someone's going to roll a fantastic attack roll. You roll for defense and you get a handful of ones and you're just cursing under your breath. Resilient allows you to re-roll all your ones one time. No range, movement of 6. They are cavalry. They do have a movement of 6 inches. So on a given turn, you can move once and then still attack, or move twice and forego an attack. So moving twice with these guys would move them up to 12 inches. Initiative of +3. So initiative in close combat, when you and your opponent are about to engage in an attack, decide who goes first. You each roll a d6, add +3 to that die roll result if you are the owner of these Marauder Cavalry. Health. 2. So every figure in the unit has 2 HP. That means for every 2 wounds the unit takes, you will remove a figure as a casualty. And then look at all these abilities. Oh my gosh. First, collision. We've seen it before with heavy cavalry. Collision. As soon as this unit moves into contact with an opposing unit, doesn't matter how far they moved, even if they only moved 1 inch, or if they use both their actions to move and aren't even going to attack this turn. Either way, if this unit moves into close contact with an opposing unit or single figure, roll a d6. You get that many unmodified attacks against the opponent. So if you roll a d6 and you get a 4, grab 4d6 and roll them. Now again, it's unmodified. You don't get to add the +1 or anything like that, but it is a straight up additional d6 number of attacks just for moving into contact with the opponent. Next ability is cavalry. Simply put, if this unit is engaged in close combat with another unit of non-polearm infantry, this unit of cavalry gets a +1 bonus to its initiative. So if it's going up against another unit of cavalry, it won't get that. Or if it's going up against a unit of infantry with polearm, it won't get that. But if it's going up against, archers, swordsmen, flail bearers, men-at-arms, axemen, etc., it will get an additional +1, bumping up that initiative bonus from a +3 to a +4. And then lastly, the Marauder special ability. That's what that D10 is, hanging out there behind the unit. All Marauder units get the Marauder special ability. Marauder ability states that you roll this 10-sided die along with your attack dice. On a result of a 7 or better, that is 1 unblockable wound. No, the opponent does not get any extra defense dice against this. Simply put, you roll this with your attack dice, a 7 or better, 1 unblockable wound. Nothing can prevent that. That's because this is, an army of bandits and thieves, and they don't fight fair. So that's a little extra jab that they may be able to get at you. Again, 7 or better only, though. And why is that? Is that kind of an arbitrary number? Well, of course, when you're rolling defense dice, they're d6s, and even if you have +1 to defense, you can never exceed a 6. So symbolically, it makes sense, because even if you were rolling defense dice against that d10, you'd never be able to block a 7 or more anyway. So on a roll of a d10, 7 or better is 1 unblockable wound, and no, you don't get any extra defense dice if you're the defender. And lastly, the cost. Kind of cut off the cost of the bomb, but you can see cost is 5 points. So similar to heavy cavalry, 5 points. So what's the difference here? Well, this unit has 1 less attack dice. And instead of dodge for the defensive ability, it has resilient. Now, movement is better. It is a faster unit than heavy cavalry, and it has the Marauder special ability. So those are the differences. Resilient instead of dodge, 1 less attack die, but faster movement, and the Marauder special ability. 5 points to add a unit of Marauder Cavalry to your Marauder army. Again, just like with the regular armies, Marauder units, you can have up to 4 of each of them in your army. So that is Marauder Cav. Folks, thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. This is the next iteration in the series focusing on Marauders. So again, if this is your first Marauder unit overview, Marauders are kind of a sub-third faction of bandits and mercenaries. So unlike Lunar Knights and Regal Guard, who have identical forces, you know, both of them have archers, both have heavy cab, etc. Their unit profiles are exactly the same. Just the miniatures and the color schemes they're painted are different. This is a completely separate third faction with their own unit types. Now, similar to Regal Guard and Lunar Knights, the Marauders also have their own equivalent of a unit commander. These are individual miniatures that can be added to a unit to boost their stats a little bit. So we have here on the little turntable an example of a Marauder Sergeant on foot, a Marauder Sergeant on horseback, and let's go ahead and stick a Marauder Sergeant in a unit to show you what that might look like. So here we have a unit of Marauder Cavalry. We have foot and mounted Marauder Sergeants because depending on the unit type, you will put the one that matches. So for example, in this case, we have Cavalry, so we will put a Marauder Sergeant on horseback in that unit. And then any figures that you replace would then be put in the back on this turntable. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of room, but essentially you can imagine he'd be hanging back here in a third rank. You can put him in any of the three slots. Of course, if an opponent was attacking this flank, you would move the figure over there. You always want to maximize the number of figures in contact. But that's what he would look like in this unit. And then what does he bring to the table? Well, as you can see from the stat sheet, attack dice, he mimics the unit essentially, but he has one extra attack die and a better initiative. So as per unit, so in this case, Marauder Cavalry are 2 dice apiece, so he would be 3 dice. So in this case, in the front rank, we would have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 attack dice attacking in the front rank. Combat strength is as per unit, so again, Marauder Cavalry are +1 to their attack dice, so his 3 dice would also be +1. Armor is as per unit, so he would have an armor of 3 as well. Defensive special ability, yes, they have Resilient, which rerolls 1s in defense, so he would have that as well. No range. Movement would match, because that would make sense with foot. If this was a foot Marauder Sergeant, he would have, you know, a 4-inch movement if he was attached to a unit of Marauder Thugs. Whereas this Marauder Sergeant on horseback has a movement of 6 inches since he's attached to a cavalry unit. Health is 2, as always, but he has the unit commander special ability. So initiative of +5, you always take the higher initiative. If you have single figures in a unit with a higher initiative than the unit, then the whole unit takes that single figure's initiative. So adding this Marauder Sergeant to the unit gives you an extra attack die and bumps that initiative up to a +5, and that's huge. Going first in close combat is everything in Battlefields of Mana, because when you are in close combat and you're determining who goes first, you roll a d6, as does your opponent, and you add the initiative modifier. In this case, this Marauder Sergeant would give you a +5 to your die roll. Good God. Also, the unit commander special ability says, normally single figures like this attached to units cannot be singled out in range, but they can in close combat. So if we had a unit that was attacking this unit, and this unit could decide to either separate its attacks, put some on the unit and some on the unit commander, or put them all on the unit, or put them all on the unit commander. So the unit commander can be, I keep calling it unit commander, it's a Marauder Sergeant. The Marauder Sergeant can be singled out in close combat, so with only 2 HP, he could get picked off pretty easily, right? Well, as a unit, I guess he does have the unit commander special ability, so it's okay to say that. He gets an extra defense die. So no matter how many attack dice get past his armor, he gets 1 more defense dice than that number of attack dice. So you have to kind of think about that when you're separating your attacks. You're like, well, he's going to get 1 more defense dice and I have attack dice. Is it even worth singling him out then? Well, maybe, because he's making the unit go first probably all the time with a +5 initiative. Plus, he's adding extra attack dice, so it may be worth it to go after him. And then his cost, he either cost 1 point or 2 points. 1 point if you attach a unit commander, or I'm sorry, a Marauder Sergeant to a unit that costs 3 or less, or he costs 2 points if you attach him to a unit that costs 4 or more. So in this case, this unit of Marauder Cavalry costs 5 points. So attaching a Marauder Sergeant to this unit costs 2 extra points. But of course, that's because they're so good. His combat profile is going to be amazing. So he costs 2 points instead of 1 point. But you kind of have to weigh those odds. Is going first probably most of the time an extra attack dice worth 2 points? Or is that 2 points better spent on an entire unit of Marauder Skirmishers maybe? So, you're weighing the options, but that's what a Marauder Sergeant looks like. Now, unlike other single figures that we'll talk about in a little bit that can come and go as they please, a Marauder Sergeant is attached to the unit during deployment and can never leave that unit. So it starts in the unit, it'll finish in that unit. Also, when you are removing casualties, you do always remove the banner bearer last. That means you will still put wounds on the unit commander before you will on the banner bearer. But the unit, or the Marauder Sergeant, will be the second to last figure removed from a unit. And also, if you are basically down to just the Marauder Sergeant and the banner bearer left, you don't even need to split up your attacks at that point. You can say all the attacks are still going on the unit, and then any wounds still go to the Marauder Sergeant first before the banner bearer, and the Marauder Sergeant didn't even get that extra defense die because he wasn't singled out. So that may be another reason why you hold out on separating your attacks, because you know that eventually he's not going to get that extra defense die if you whittle them down enough. But is it too little too late by that point? You never know. All right, folks, that is it. That's how Marauder Sergeants work in Battlefields of Mana. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it. And until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana, and this is it. This is our last Marauder review, and then we're going to move on to Mercenaries. And folks, there are a lot of mercenary units and single figures, but let's focus on the Lord himself, the Marauder Overlord. Now, this is a unique figure. And also, we're also going to talk about the Marauder Acolyte, which is this wizard-looking figure over here. So we have Marauder Overlord on foot or on horseback. We have a Marauder Acolyte on foot. You can also have a Marauder Acolyte on horseback, just like Warlords and Sorcerers in the other armies, Lunar Knights, Regal Guard. They act very similar. They just have separate combat profiles. So, just like Warlords and Sorcerers, these single figures, unlike Marauder Sergeants, unlike unit commanders, they don't have to be attached to a unit during deployment. They can absolutely be on their own, and during the course of the game, they can go around and do their own thing. And they can come and go as they please, attach themselves to units, detach themselves from units. And in fact, I wanted to show exactly how that might look, because I still have my unit of Marauder Cav handy. So let's say this Marauder Overlord was on foot, and then he wants to go join this unit of Marauder Cav. He just has to get into base contact, and then replace one of the figures in the front rank with the Marauder Overlord, and then that's how it'll look. You'll put the other guy in the back rank. Any position doesn't matter unless they eventually get flanked or something. Then you'll want to slide them over to maximize amount of figures in contact. But otherwise, that's how that might look. And of course, if you have you could also have a unit commander in this unit too, and stick them in there, and then you'll have 2 guys in the back rank then. So it ends up looking really cool the more guys you add to a unit. Now, if you somehow had another single figure you wanted to add to this unit, you never move the banner bearer, so then other single figures would then go in the next rank back. But anyway, so that is a Marauder Overlord on horseback. Again, he can leave and stay on horseback, or he can leave and run around on foot. It doesn't necessarily matter. It may depend on your own preference. You can almost think of it like he probably has a squire or something with him who always has his horse, so he can get on and off his horse at will. But anyway, so a Marauder Overlord, let's look at these stats. 4 dice in melee, 2 dice in range. He has a combat strength of +1, so it doesn't matter melee or range. His dice are going to get +1 to a max of 6. Armor's a 3, so only 4s or better are going to hit him. His defense, so every die he rolls in defense, is all +1, again to a max of 6. And he has a parry save, so any dice that he rolls in defense that don't negate an attack die, he can roll those again, and on 6s at that point, he will block the hit. He has a range of 12. He has a movement of 4 or 6 if he's mounted. So again, that's why he has different poses, different movement values for those poses. Initiative of +5. So that gives him 5. You add 5 to the result of the die roll when you're rolling off for initiative. Now he has a health of 10. So you would have a 10-sided die. Typically, that's what I do next to him to, keep track of how many wounds he has. This is a Marauder die, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But we want to talk about his abilities. Overlord. That combines... Now, there's 2 ways to play Marauders. You can forego having a Marauder Acolyte, which is basically a Sorcerer. And the Marauder Overlord can also cast magic. So Overlord combines the Warlord, Warcry, and magic special abilities all into one. So Warlord, of course, means that all units within 6 inches, including the unit he's in, if he's in one, all get the benefit of his initiative bonus. And never panic. Even if they're reduced to just their banner bearer, they still do not panic if they're within 6 inches of him. Then the Warcry ability, if you recall that, you'll roll a 6-sided die, and on a 3 or better, every unit within 6 inches of him, besides himself and an Acolyte if there is one, all get a Warcry die. It's a d6 die. You stick with the unit, and a unit can have as many Warcry dice as they want, and you can Warcry once a turn, but you can Warcry every turn, and you should Warcry every turn. Roll a d6, 3 or better. Every unit within 6 gets a Warcry die that can be used as an additional attack die, an additional defense die, or even another initiative die. So you'd be rolling 2d6 for initiative plus the initiative bonus. No line of sight is required for either of those things, either using his initiative or getting Warcry dice. And the Warcry can happen during any part of the turn: movement, magic, shooting, close combat. So whenever in the turn he wants to Warcry, he can, every turn. And then the magic. So this is where we introduced the Acolyte here, because having him be the Warlord and Sorcerer made him a super target. So you can either keep it as intended, the Marauder Overlord can also cast magic, or you can split him up. He no longer gets to do magic. He will still get his other abilities, just get rid of his range and, the range stat. And then include a Marauder Acolyte, which has the exact same profile as a Sorcerer, except they both will have this Marauder ability. Of course, they both will have the Cavalry ability. So if they are on their mounted pose, they have Cavalry, which means a +1 to the initiative roll if they are facing off against non-polearm infantry and they themselves are mounted. So if they're mounted and their opponent's mounted, they don't get the Cavalry bonus. If they're mounted and their opponent's a polearm, like a spear or a halberd, they don't get the Cavalry bonus. But if they're facing Axemen or Bowmen or Swordsmen, they will get that extra Cavalry bonus of +1 to the initiative, becomes a +5 to a +6. And then the Marauder Acolyte, as well as the Marauder Overlord, they always get that Marauder ability. Every unit in the Marauder army gets the Marauder ability, which is a D10. You roll this simultaneously with your attack dice, and if the result is a 7 or more, that's 1 automatic extra wound that cannot be defended. Unblockable wound if you roll a 7 or better on this die. Now that's symbolic because, you know, when you're rolling defense dice, typically they're all d6s, and even if you had a +1 to defense or whatever, you can never exceed a 6. So even if you were rolling to defend against it, you'd never be able to get a 7 or better on a d6 anyway. So that's why if you roll a 7 or better on this Marauder die, that's 1 unblockable wound. And no, the defender does not get any extra defense dice to compensate for this extra d10. This is just a little something special Marauders get because they're, you know, bandits and thieves, and they're underhanded and sneaky, and, you know, that's just a little extra something that they get. So that is it. So again, the Marauder Overlord, that Overlord ability gives him the ability to use magic, but if so, you don't get the Acolyte. And then he is both powerful in melee and range, but he becomes quite a target. So you can forego the ability for him to cast magic, get rid of the range, get rid of the 2 attack dice in range, and include a Marauder Acolyte in your army instead. So that is it. That completes our review of all Marauder units now. So we're moving on to Mercenaries next. I am so excited. They are freaking amazing. Marauder units, of course, besides the Overlord and the Acolyte, all Marauder units were just like Lunar Knights Regal Guard. You can have up to 4 of each in your army. But these Mercenaries we're going to talk about next is a single unit. Only 1 you can add to your army. And we'll talk about that when we get there. So thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it. And until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. And folks, we're kicking off Mercenaries. So, Mercenaries. I'm going to try to, relay future Mercenary videos back to this one so I don't have to explain this a 1,000 times. So Mercenaries can either be single figures like this Bard, or full units of cavalry or infantry. Mercenaries, unlike other units like a core unit of archers or heavy cavalry where you can have up to 4 of each in your army, Mercenaries, you're only allowed 1 of each. Now, both players can have, a bard in their army or whatever, but only up to 1. Mercenaries are acquired by players to use in their armies first by defeating them. So if a player says, I really want a bard in my army, then the other player will put together an army of marauders and include the mercenary that the other player wants to eventually include in their army. In order to even have the option of including a mercenary, any given mercenary in your army as a player, you first have to defeat them. So you'll have to find an opponent who will put together a marauder army, include the mercenary unit or single figure that the other player wants to have the option of using in future battles, and then the player who wants to use them has to beat that army with their own army of Regal Guard or Lunar Knights or whatever. And then if they do, from then on, they'll have the option of including, for example, this bard in their future army. So let's take a closer look at, since he's only 1 single figure. He's very cool. He has like a bill, a polearm bill with a horn. Sword sheath next to him. I just love this figure. It's freaking awesome. Okay, so what does a bard do? Why would you maybe want a bard in your army? Well, attack dice 2, no extra combat strength, armor 2, so only 3s or better can hit him, no defensive special abilities, no range, movement is 4 inches, so he can move up to 4 inches and forego any kind of a combat that turn, or he can move twice up to 8 inches. And his initiative is a +5. So when he rolls his initiative die in close combat, he adds 5 to the result. His health is 4, so he has 4 points of health. His ability is what makes him amazing. So as a single figure, you know, unit commanders, Marauder Sergeants, when they are attached to a unit, they are mandatorily attached to a unit at the beginning of the game and they can never leave. Other single figures, like this Bard, can come and go as they please. You can either automatically attach them to a unit at the beginning of the game, or you can leave them as a single figure. They can roam the battlefield on their own. Of course, that's dangerous. They can become a target that way by ranged attacks. Whereas if a single figure is attached to the unit, they can't be singled out unless they're in close combat. But the Bard can attach himself to a unit, and not only will that unit then get a +5 initiative bonus, which is probably better than any initiative bonus they already had, but they also get the rally ability. So when a unit has the rally ability, or a single figure with rally is attached to a unit, like this Bard attaching himself to a unit, this allows the unit to reform to face any direction as many times as it wants during its movement within the movement phase. Additionally, this allows an engaged unit to change its facing without having to first break away. These reforms and face changes do not cost movement actions. So essentially, attaching a Bard to a unit allows them to reform as many times as they want during a movement action. Normally, you know, you'd move and they may want to wheel to change your facing, or use an entire movement action to reform, which is what it normally costs. But if you have a Bard in the unit, you can move up to, you know, move some inches, reform for free, then continue moving, reform again for free, then continue moving. So it's a huge movement saver. And normally, if you are flanked in the rear or the side by an opposing unit, if he was in a unit of something else and they got flanked, you'd have to roll to see if you could change your facing. But with him in the unit, you automatically get to reform. Now, that also means if you are engaged to multiple opponents, normally you can't do that. Normally, in order to reform, if you are engaged with multiple opponents, you'd have to try to break away. And that's dangerous. That's an initiative roll-off, and if you fail, for each unit you failed to beat in the roll-off, they each get attacks against you. And having a Bard in the unit means you can break away. I mean, not break away, but reform, change your facing during the movement action of a turn, even when engaged to multiple opponents. So having a Bard just makes your unit so much more mobile. Granted, they're not adding too much to your attack or defense, but they are adding a lot to your initiative. Plus, they have 4 hit points themselves. And don't forget, single figures like this, if you do single them out in combat, they do get an extra defense die. That's one of the things unit commanders typically get, but also non-warlord, actually I think even warlords, any single figure in a unit that gets singled out in close combat gets an extra defense die. So, yep, even though his defense armor itself isn't the best, he does have 4 HP. He'll get an extra defense die if he gets singled out, but what he brings to a unit is huge for only 2 points. All right, folks, that is it. Thank you all so much for watching. This has been a review of the first Mercenary, a Bard for Battlefields of Mana. I truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. This time, we're back with Mercenaries. Mercenaries are fantastic. This time we have border guards. So what makes Mercenaries fantastic in Battlefields of Mana? Well, first of all, unlike units, you know, from Lunar Knights or Regal Guard or even the Marauders themselves, you can have up to 4 of each unit type. But Mercenaries, number 1, you have to earn the right to even include them in your army. And number 2, you can only include 1 of any given mercenary unit or single figure in your army. So what do I mean when I say you have to earn it? Well, check out my video overview on the Bard. I kind of go into more detail there, but essentially, in order to be able to use this unit of border guards, for example, in your army, you first have to defeat them. Find an opponent, they'll put together a Marauder army, include the mercenary unit you want to eventually include in yours, and then you create your army of Regal Guard or Lunar Knights or whatever, and then you have to beat your opponent, and then from then on, you'll be able to, if you want, include that mercenary unit you beat in your army. So for example, border guards. So when your opponent is using them in the Marauder army, they will have a Marauder banner bearer, for example. But once you've beaten them and earned the right to use them yourself, you may, if you're a Regal Guard fan, have a Regal Guard generic banner bearer in there. So why might you want border guards in the future? Well, let's take a look at what they offer. Attack dice, too. So every figure in close combat provides 2 attack dice each. Combat strength is a +1. So not only are they rolling 2 dice per figure, but every die they roll is automatically increased 1 value to a maximum of 6. Armor 2, so that means only 3s or better will hit them when they are being attacked. No defensive special abilities, no range. They do have the typical cavalry movement of 6 inches, so they can either move up to 6 inches and then still engage in combat, or they can forego combat, move twice, and move up to 12 inches. And then look at this, initiative bonus of +3. So when they are in close combat and you're determining who goes first, roll off. D6 roll off with your opponent. Border guards will get to add 3 to the result of that die. And that can exceed 6 for initiative rolls. Initiative rolls can exceed 6 and go below 0. Health, 2. So every figure in the unit has 2 health points, which means every 2 wounds the unit takes, boom. That'll be a casualty removed. Now look at these abilities. This is where the border guards really shine. They have nimble. I think they're the only unit in the entire game that has nimble and a combat strength bonus. So they are a heavy hitting but fast unit. So what is nimble? Well, nimble, if you recall, allows the unit to move an extra time for free. So normally, like we said, you move 6 and attack, or move 6 twice. With nimble, you get an extra optional 6 inches of movement. So you can move up to 18 inches, move 3 times, or move twice, move up to 12 inches, and still engage in a combat action. So they can move a foot. And don't forget, a battlefield in Battlefields of Man is typically 2 by 2 feet. So that's half the board they can move and still engage in a close combat action. And then the next ability, collision. So if they move into contact with an opponent, doesn't matter if they're going to fight this turn or not, doesn't matter if they moved all 18 inches, they still get collision hits, which is a D6. As soon as they move into contact with an opponent, they don't get it if an opponent moves into contact with them. But if they move into contact with an opponent, roll a D6, they get that many unmodified attacks right then and there during the movement phase. Now again, unmodified, so they're not going to be +1 like a normal attack, but they will still get up to 6 potential unmodified attacks just for moving into contact. And then lastly, of course, the cavalry special ability, which gives them a additional +1 to their initiative bonus if they are facing off against non-polearm infantry. So again, if they are up against cavalry, they won't get the bonus. If they're up against spearmen or halberdiers, any kind of polearm infantry, they won't get the cavalry ability. But if they're up against axemen or archers or swordsmen or men-at-arms or what have you, they will get an additional +1 to their initiative bonus. It goes from a +3 to a +4. Now, how much does all this cost? 4 points. It costs 4 points to include a unit of border guards to your army. Typically, mercenary units are a little bit more bang for your buck than a typical unit because you are limited to only one of that unit type. And, of course, you had to have earned the right to include this mercenary unit of border guards in your army. All right, folks, that is going to be it for this unit review of border guards for Battlefields of Mana. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. This time we're looking at Billmen. So folks, again, we're into the mercenary phase. What are mercenaries? Well, check out my review of the Bard. I kind of go into detail of how mercenaries work, but essentially, mercenaries, unlike Lunar Knights, Regal Guard, where you can have up to 4 of each unit type in your army, mercenaries are special. Number one, you have to earn the right to even include them in your army by defeating them first. Your opponent assembles an army of marauders, includes the mercenary unit you want to include in your army in the future. Then you assemble your army of Lunar Knights or Regal Guard or what have you. Then you have to beat your opponent. And then from then on, you then have the option of including that mercenary unit or single figure in your army. So that's how you'd have to get Billmen, is by beating them first. And you only get one of them. One mercenary unit or single figure in your army of each given type. So of course you could have multiple different mercenary units in one army, but you'd only ever have one unit of Billmen. So typically mercenaries are a little more bang for your buck due to those stipulations. So here we have a unit of Billmen, and when you're trying to defeat them to get them for the first time, they will probably have a Marauder banner bearer. But once you do defeat them, and let's say you are a Regal Guard fan, you would then be able to field them with your own generic Regal Guard banner bearer. How cool is that? So, what do Billmen do? Why might you want Billmen? Well, we have a couple reasons. This is pretty sweet. Number one, attack dice 2. So 2 attack dice per figure. No combat strength ability. Armor 2, so only 3s or better are going to be able to hit them. No defensive special ability. No range. You may be saying to yourself, well, what in the world's the benefit of these guys? They don't sound very good. Let's keep going. Movement 4, of course, that's typical for infantry. Move up to 4 inches and still take a combat action, or forego combat, move twice up to 8 inches. Initiative bonus of +2, so in close combat when you're rolling to see who goes first, Billmen get to add 2 to the die roll. Health of 2, so every Billmen has 2 HP, so every 2 wounds the unit takes, you will remove a Billmen as a casualty. Here's where the benefits lie. They have the abilities of Assault and Polearm. I believe they're the only unit in the entire game that combines Polearm with Assault, which is just crazy when you know what those abilities are. So first of all, Assault, when you're rolling in close combat, 6s explode. So like we said, this unit has attack dice 2, so every figure in close combat are going to get 2 attack dice each, and if you roll 6s, every 6 you roll, you get to roll another die. And if those dice are 6s, then you get to roll more dice. So that explosion can chain react, but you add in Polearm. Polearm, normally in close combat, a unit only gets 1 rank of figures. They only get that front rank. Polearm gives you supporting attacks from the back rank. So it would be 2 dice, 2 dice, 2 dice. Supporting attacks are all 1 die apiece. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 attack dice that all have Assault. You're rolling 9 dice and 6s explode. So think of all the dice you'll be rolling. And then that's not it for Polearm. Polearm also allows the unit to go first in the first round of combat. So of course, Polearm only benefits if they're attacking a unit at the front. So if they are being attacked in the rear or the side, they aren't benefiting from these polearm abilities, but ideally you are attacking a unit in the front. Whether a unit moved into contact with you or you moved into contact with an opponent, as long as they're in your front arc, you are going first in the first round of combat. Assuming the opponent doesn't also have polearm, in which case it would just be simultaneous. And then the third benefit of polearm is if you're going up against cavalry, you get to re-roll ones that you rolled in attack. So think about this. you are up against light cav or something. You are rolling 9 dice, re-rolling 1s, and 6s explode. I mean, that's absolutely insane. That's got to cost you, what, 4 or 5 points? Billmen, a unit of Billmen only costs you 3 points. That's absolutely insane, but that's what it is for a unit of Billmen. Of course, you have to earn the right to use them, and you can only have a single unit of them. And you can always attach single figures to them. If you do recall from our Bard review, maybe you want to attach a Bard to the unit. Now, what does a Bard bring to the table? Well, check out the Bard review for that. But let's just say you do not want any part of a Billman unit that includes a Bard. All right, folks, that's going to do it for our review of Billmen. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it. And until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. Today we're going to be looking at greatswords. So we're still in the thick of mercenaries. What makes mercenaries unique? Well, number one, you have to earn the right to even include them in your army. And secondly, you can only include one of them in your army. One of each mercenary type, I should say. So you can have a unit of greatswords, as you see here, as well as a unit of border guards, or etc. But you can only have one unit of greatswords in your army. So what do I mean by you have to earn the right to use them? Well, mercenaries are special in that in order to, for future battles, include any given mercenary in your army, you first as a player have to defeat them. So you kind of look through the mercenaries, okay, I want to use great swords. Well, your opponent then crafts an army of marauders using the Marauder army list, and then includes a unit of great swords in that army. Then you as a player have to beat them, and then from then on in all future games you can then use great swords. And I have enough figures of each mercenary unit so that both players can field the same mercenary unit should they desire to. So here is a unit of greatswords. Of course, when you're facing them for the first time, when they're controlled by marauders, they might look something like this, with a generic marauder standard bearer. Or once you have earned the right to use them, and let's say you're a Regal Guard fan, then you can pop one of your own Regal Guard generic banner bearers there to denote ownership. So what's all the hype about? Why might you want to include greatswords in your army? Straight up, they roll a lot of dice, and those dice are modified to do some heavy hitting. So here we go. What is it about greatswords? Well, 3 attack dice. In close combat, every figure in contact with the opponent gets to roll 3 attack dice each of which are +1 to the die result, of course, to a maximum of 6. But that's, assuming someone's attacking you at the front rank, you're rolling 9 dice, all of which are +1. Add to that your armor 2, so only 3s or better are going to be able to hit you. Now, no defensive special abilities, you just get your straight up defense die roll. No range, movement of 3, so that is a little slower than typical infantry due to their great and powerful weapons. So you can move in a single movement action up to 3 inches and still take a combat action later in the turn, or forego combat, move twice in the same turn. That would let the great swords move up to 6 inches. Initiative of +2 means when you're rolling to see who goes first in combat, great swords get to add 2 to their die result. Health of 2, so every figure in the unit has 2 HP, which means every 2 wounds removes a greatsword as a casualty. Now, unlike other units that are, Lunar Knight, Regal Guard, what have you, where the banner bearer depicts on the flag what the unit type is, for these mercenary units, since they use these generic banner bearers, you still remove the banner bearer last, but once the banner bearer is all that's left, you replace it with one of the other figures. Now, should that be an issue due to both players fielding great swords, for example. Just put a colored token next to the one that's left that's yours, for example. Assuming that the opponent doesn't has also only one greatsword left. That seems like it would happen very rarely, but it's easy to remedy. And then no other special abilities. And how much does this cost? 4 points. So what you may be saying, well, why does this unit cost 4 points? It's all in the attack dice and combat strength. You're rolling 9 dice. They're all +1. And the rest of the stats aren't too bad. So yep, 4 points for what you see here. You think about it, like Halberdiers. Halberdiers are just as slow. They're movement 3, initiative 2, health 2, no special defense, or the armor's the same at 2. They only get 2 attack dice though, but they are combat strength 1. However, they do have polearm, which gives them, in the first round of combat, if they go first and haven't taken casualties yet, Halberdiers would be rolling 9 dice. They're all +1 as well. But think about this. Halberdiers, as they take casualties in that back rank, they're losing attack dice. Because they only have 9 attack dice because each of the figures in the back rank adds 1 supporting die each. Once those figures start getting eliminated and you're down to the front rank, you're only rolling 6 dice, whereas the great swords, even if they lose the entire back rank, are still rolling 9 dice, all +1. Yet they cost the same as the Halberdiers. So these mercenaries, because you have to earn them and because you can only include 1 unit of them in your army, they are a little more bang for your buck overall. All right, folks, that is it for Great Swords. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for, oh, you guessed it, Battlefields of Mana. Now, folks, I was almost thinking about doing this one last because it's probably the most exciting mercenary, but I just couldn't contain myself any longer. Folks, here is the Giant holding a door as a shield. It is huge. I mean, just take a look at it compared to a great sword. This guy is absolutely gigantic, and the stats reflect it. So again, he's a mercenary. What does that mean? Well, unlike core units of the Lunar Knights or the Regal Guard, where you can have up to 4 of them in your army, these mercenaries, number 1, you have to earn, and number 2, you can only include 1 of each of them in your army. Now, what do I mean by you have to earn them? Well, you have to play against them and beat them, and then, for all future battles, you then have the option of including them in your army. So what does that mean? Well, your opponent will create an army of marauders and include the mercenary that you want to win, and then beat that army with an army of your own creation of Lunar Knights or Regal Guard, and then you'll be able to use that, for example, Giant in your army from then on in all future battles. So in general, mercenary units like this are a little more bang for your buck just because you have to go through hell to get them, and you can only include 1 of them. So why might you want a Giant? Well, let's just take a look at these stats. 8 attack dice in close combat. It has a +1 in melee, so it does have a ranged ability. Now, we'll talk about that in a second. But in melee, those 8 attack dice are all +1. Armor of 3, even though he's not wearing too much, just imagine he's hard to hit, or when you do hit him, you have to use extra force. So armor of 3 kind of abstractly resolves that. So only 4s or better will hit him. Defense, he has +1 to all his defense dice and the ability to parry. So if he doesn't block your attack with his +1 to all his defense dice, any defense dice left over, he can re-roll those, and the parry ability gives him the ability to block any attack dice if he rolls 6s on those re-rolled defense dice. Now the range is 12, however, he doesn't necessarily have a ranged attack, he has a catapult. special ability, which we'll talk about in a second. Movement of 4 inches, so he can either move 4 and do a close combat attack, or forego any combat and move twice a turn to move up to 8 inches. His initiative is +3, so in close combat, when rolling to see who goes first, the giant adds 3 to the result of his d6 initiative die. He has 12 points of health. Think of that as a full unit of figures, 6 figures with 2 HP each, that's 12 points. Well, he also has 12 points of health. Collision and catapult special ability. So collision, just like several cavalry units we've seen, if he moves into contact with an opponent, regardless of whether he is going to take a combat action that turn or not, just for moving into contact with an opponent, he gets a collision hit. So roll a d6, and he does that many unmodified attacks to that unit. Unmodified meaning he doesn't get the +1, but he still gets up to 6 attacks just for moving into contact with an opponent, and then catapult. That's right. He acts as a catapult just like a siege engine. I don't have my template with me, but it's a 3-inch round template with a hole in the middle. His minimum range just means the edge of the template can't be overlapping his base at all, but he can minimally put it right around him or up to 12 inches away. He then rolls the scatter die to see if it moves away or if it hits. If it moves away, he will roll to see how far. Now that roll to see how far die may say that it misfired, which means he basically dropped the boulder on himself. Imagine him picking up a boulder. That's why he has his catapult ability. He picks up a big rock and chucks it. But if he drops it on himself, if he misfires, there's a whole table of results that may happen. You'll roll a d6 and consult the table. But otherwise, if it diverts somewhere, move the template wherever it diverted. Anything under the hole, and this goes for if it does direct hit as well, anything under the hole takes 8 attack dice. Now, they're not +1 like it says here it says +1 in melee, because the catapult special rules apply to him as well. And the catapult already says that it's a +1. So he does get +1 to his catapult as well. No line of sight is required as well. So he can chuck that boulder basically anywhere. 8 dice, they're all +1. No special abilities can be used either for the defender, so it's a hugely powerful attack. And anything that's underneath the rest of the template takes shrapnel hits, essentially, and that's just a d6 number of unmodified attacks. So yeah, he has incredible attack ability in close combat, or he's also a mini catapult, essentially. How much does that cost? Well, 8. Think of it this way. The siege engine itself only has 6 HP, and sure, it has a longer range, but it costs 6. This is like a way more mobile catapult that can also hold its own in close combat, has 12 HP, all these incredible stats, and costs 2 extra points for 8 points. So it's very expensive. In fact, I think it may be the most expensive unit in the entire game. Yeah, it is, in fact. 8 points for the giant is the most expensive unit, single figure monster hero unit, no matter what. It is the most expensive at 8 points, but it is very much worth it. All right, folks, that is it for the giant. I hope you are impressed with it as much as I am. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another Battlefields of Mana unit review. This time we are looking at the Owlbear. Now this is a pretty big beast. Take a look at it as compared to a greatsword. Hopefully it'll kind of rotate around so you can see that it is still quite a bit bigger than the great sword soldier, and it packs a punch. So this is a mercenary. A mercenary monstrous unit. So what does that mean? Well, mercenaries, unlike your typical when you're building an army of Lunar Knights or Regal Guard, you can have up to 4 of any given unit type in an army. Mercenaries, you're restricted to 1. You're restricted to 1 unit of any given mercenary. Of course, you can have multiple different units of mercenaries in the same army, but you'd only be able to have 1 Owlbear, for example. Now, I have enough figures of each so that, both players can field the same mercenary monster unit. What else makes a mercenary unit unique is that you have to earn the right to even use them in your army. So, for example, if you're like, well, in future battles, I want the option of using an Owlbear. That's fine. Your opponent then creates an army of marauders, includes the mercenary unit, in this case an Owlbear, in their army. You have to then beat that army, and then from then on, you will have the option of including that mercenary unit in your army. So why might you want an Owlbear? Well, let's take a look at some of these stats. First of all, attack dice 8. It's rolling 8 attack dice. Its combat strength ability is Fury. You may remember Fury. Fury is, in this case, there's only 1 figure. Normally, Fury is when you remove half or more of a unit's starting total figures, then it becomes furious. An Owlbear becomes furious when you knock out half or more of its total HP. So skipping ahead, its HP is 8, has 8 health points. As soon as the Owlbear reaches 4 or fewer health points, it becomes furious. All of its attack dice are +1. 8 dice, all +1. Now, armor value of 3 means it takes attack die rolls of 4 or better just to hit it. And even when you do hit it, it gets to roll its defense dice, which are all +1, and resilient. Resilient means when you roll for defense, any natural ones before you apply that +1 modifier get to be re-rolled right then and there. And then those re-rolls are all +1 as well. So it's very powerful offensively, defensively, does not have any range. It is pretty quick between an infantry and a cavalry unit with 5 inches of movement. So it can move up to 5 inches and still attack, or forego an attack and move twice and move up to 10 inches. Initiative of +3, which is huge when you're talking close combat. Seeing who goes first, you each roll a d6, add your initiative bonus. The Owlbear will get to add 3 to their die roll. Health of 8, like we said, and it also has the Brutality special ability. Good God, Brutality, of course, means it gets to re-roll any attack dice that failed to pierce the defender's armor. So if the defender had an armor of 3, and you needed to roll 4s or more, the Owlbear rolls its attack dice. It gets to re-roll any 1s, 2s, or 3s. Of course, only once. You only get to re-roll once. But still, that means that you have a great chance of hitting. And then lastly, the cost. What does all this cost? Probably about as much as the giant, right? No, not even close. The Owlbear only costs 5 points for all of that, which is pretty insane. So I encourage you folks, go out, recruit an Owlbear for your army, and just watch your opponent start to weep as soon as you deploy it. That is it, folks. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. We are knee-deep in Mercenaries, and we've got another single-figure mercenary to review. So if this is your first review of Battlefields of Mana units and single figures, and you haven't seen any of the mercenary ones yet, you may be saying, well, what the hell is a mercenary? How does that differ from the other units? Well, a typical core unit of Regal Guard or Lunar Knights, you can have up to 4 of them in your army. Mercenaries, number 1, you have to earn the right to even include them in your army. And number 2, you can only include 1 of each of them in your army. So in this case, we're looking at the Executioner. Very cool figure. You can have only up to 1 of them in your army. And what did I mean by you had to earn the right to even use them? Well, mercenaries are special in that you can't just willy-nilly include them in your forces. You have to prove your worth. You have to prove that, you're worth their time. You have to beat them in battle. So what you do is you're like, well, I want to include mercenaries or executioners in my army in the future. All right. Find an opponent. They're going to put together an army of marauders and include the mercenary figure or unit that you wanted to include in your army in the future. In this case, an executioner. They'll add one of those to their marauder army. Then you have to play against them with your Lunar Knight or Regal Guard army and beat them. And then from then on, in all future battles, you can then include an executioner. Why may you want to include an executioner, folks? This is one of the coolest figures. Single figures like this, we've already looked at monsters. I'll just show you real quick, like an Owlbear. You cannot include one of these Owlbears in a unit of figures. It's its own thing. It moves around on its own. Single individual figures like this executioner, which just looks so cool, can either move around on their own, which is dangerous because they can be targeted by ranged attacks, or included in a unit of other figures, which is safer. They can't be singled out by ranged attacks. They can still be singled out by close combat attacks, but what an executioner does, first of all, he gets 3 attack dice. He doesn't have any combat strength modifiers. He does have an armor of 2, so only 3s or better can hit him. No defensive special abilities, no range. Movement is typical for infantry style figures, 4 inches, so he can move up to 4 and still fight, or forego combat that turn and move twice, up to 8 inches. Initiative bonus of +3, which is huge. A lot of infantry units only have an initiative bonus of like 2, for example. So including, and you always take the higher initiative if you have single figures in your unit. So number 1, he may boost your initiative bonus by adding him to a unit. But also, he has a health of 4, and he has the execute ability. What does execute do? Natural die rolls of 5 or 6 are automatic unblockable wounds. He has a 1 in 3 chance of doing an unblockable wound. And when you're rolling 3 dice, typically that means you should be doing 1 unblockable wound at least every single time he attacks. Now, how much does that kind of an ability cost? 2 points. Are you kidding me? Let's take a peek. Let's say that we had this unit of great swords, which is also a mercenary unit. Go check that video out. Right now it's being controlled by Marauders, hence the Marauder's banner bearer. You want to include the executioner in the army, so you move one of these guys back and stick the executioner in there. Single figures are always put in the front rank. You can put them on either side of the banner bearer, but don't replace the banner bearer in the middle. Now, if you had enough single figures where the front 2 other spaces were full, you then start sticking single figures in the back ranks. But you can always move single figures around in a unit willy-nilly, depending on the situation. But you have an executioner in this army, in this unit of great swords. We looked at great swords already. Great swords have an initiative of 2. So already adding this executioner to this unit increases their initiative to +3. And now he gives that execute ability as well. So great swords were already 3 attack dice apiece. So think about this. 3, 6, 9 attacks. Now his execute ability doesn't go to them. You'll do his attacks separately, but these 2 will be doing basically 6 dice. They're all +1. He will be doing 3 dice of his own. They're not +1, but any 5s or 6s are automatic wounds. This, and again, their initiative bonus just went up for him being a part of it. And great swords cost 4. So if you wanted to include a Marauder Sergeant, Marauder Sergeants do boost your initiative as well, up to a +5. But he would cost 2 to stick in that unit, and he does not have the execute ability like this executioner does. So I mean, It's just a fantastic figure. Again, he can be used on his own, attached to a unit. Now, he doesn't have a mounted pose, so he can't be attached to a mounted cavalry unit, but any infantry unit he absolutely can, making them a little bit more dangerous. And what? Now, here is the main reason that he is so scary. Because don't forget, you can single out single figures like him in close combat. But that also means he can single out close combat single figures of his opponent. So if this unit is going up against another unit with a unit commander or something in it, the executioner can attack that unit commander and on 5s and 6s do auto wounds, potentially just killing him right then and there, executing him, if you will. So, yep, I just love it. All right, folks, that is it for the Executioner. Thank you again so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another Battlefields of Mana unit review. This time, we are looking at Frog Folk Warriors. Just look at those guys. Are you kidding me? These are some of, number one, my favorite figures, but also my favorite unit in the game, just because of how unique they are. So, we're knee-deep in Mercenaries, folks. So what makes a Mercenary unit any different than a common unit of Lunar Knights or Regal Guard? Well, when you are fielding an army comprised of your core figures in Lunar Knights or Regal Guard, you can have up to 4 units of the same type in your army. Mercenaries, first of all, you have to earn the right to even field them. And secondly, you can only field 1 of each type of mercenary unit. So they're very unique. Now, what did I mean by earn the right to use them? Well, you need to prove your worth. You have to beat them in combat before you can even have the option of including them in your army. So how does that work? Well, you say to yourself, you know, I want to use Frog Folk Warriors in my army, or at least have the option. So what your opponent does, find an opponent, they're going to create an army built out of Marauder units and include the mercenary unit you want to eventually own. In this case, Frogfolk Warriors. They'll include a unit of Frogfolk Warriors among their Marauders. Then you play the battle out using your army of Regal Guard or Lunar Knights or whatever you want. And as long as you win, from then on, every future battle, you will have the option of including that mercenary unit, those Frogfolk Warriors, in your army. So typically, mercenary units like this are a little more bang for your buck because of the trouble you have to go through to first even be eligible to include them in your army, and also the fact that they are limited to 1 unit of each type in your army. So why may you want to include Frogfolk Warriors? Well, and you'll notice there's no banner bearer because you're playing against them, when the Marauders own them, you'll stick a Marauder banner bearer in them, or once you do defeat them and prove that you are worthy of controlling them in battle, let's say you are a Regal Guard fan, then you can stick your own generic Regal Guard banner in there. So, Frogfolk Warriors, well, number 1, 2 attack dice apiece. In close combat, every figure in contact with the opponent when they get to attack, they each will roll 2 dice. No combat strength special abilities. Armor of 2, so that means it does take 3s or better in order to be able to hit them. They have dodge as a special ability. So what is dodge? It's basically the greatest special ability in the game. Defensively, anyway. It allows you, when you are attacked, let's say someone's attacking you, they roll 6 dice, they get rid of any 1s and 2s, because only 3s or better will hit you. So let's say they have 4 dice left, and then you roll your defense dice, and you cancel out 2 of them. The other 2 normally would get through as wounds, but with the dodge special ability, your 2 defense dice that failed to negate those other 2 attack dice, you get to re-roll them. So basically it's a defensive re-roll. After you roll your defense dice, any defense dice that failed to negate an attack die, you get to re-roll those defense dice 1 time. And then, no range, movement of 4, which means the frog folk can move up to 4 inches and then still attack, or forego their combat that turn and move twice, moving up to 8 inches. Their initiative bonus is a +3, so that's pretty big. When they are in close combat, rolling to see who goes first, it's a d6 roll off with your opponent, but the Frogfolk Warriors will get to add 3 to the result of their die. And those initiative dice can go above 6. They can also go below 0 as well. Health of 2, so every Frogfolk Warrior does have 2 HP, which means every 2 wounds that the unit takes removes a Frogfolk from the unit. And here's where the fun begins. Their abilities. They have polearm. As you can see, they're wielding spears. And poison. So let's talk about polearm first. We've talked about that before, but this may be your first video. So polearm means that normally in close combat, in melee, a unit will only get their front rank of figures that will fight. However, with polearm, they also get supporting attacks from the rear rank. Supporting attacks are always only 1 die, no matter how many, attack die value it is. So in this case, it would be 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 dice in attack. Polearm also allows the unit to go first in close combat in the first round of a new combat. So every combat that this unit gets in, the very first round of the combat, this unit will get to go first. Now, of course, if they're facing another unit with polearm, the attacks are simply simultaneous. And the last and third benefit of polearm is that if they are going up against a unit with the cavalry special ability, because, polearm just eats mounted units for lunch, they will get to re-roll any ones that they roll in attack. So they get that back rank of attacks. They get to go first in the first round of combat, and they get to roll ones that they roll in attack dice against mounted units. And then they still have the poison special ability. Now, what does poison do? Well, any wounds that get through, even if it's just a single wound, the opposing unit becomes poisoned. At the end of every turn, both their turn and your turn, including the turn that they became poisoned, at the end of every single turn, they roll a d6. On a 1, they take 2 wounds. On a 2 to 3, they take a wound. 4 to 5, they take no wounds. And on a 6, they heal themselves of poison and remove the poison token. So, yeah, you heard that right. They have polearm, so they're going to be rolling 9 dice going first, re-rolling ones against mounted units, and poison doesn't stack. So if a unit's already poisoned and they wound them again, they aren't poisoned twice. But if they were poisoned and cured themselves, they can absolutely be poisoned again. So the Frogfolk Warriors are doing all those wounds, plus poison is doing extra wounds. I mean, Frogfolk are not... they look kind of adorable, honestly, but they are very ferocious warriors. Now, how much does it cost if you beat them and earn the right to include them in your army? How much does it cost? 4 points. 4 points to include a unit of Frogfolk Warriors in your army. And folks, that'll do it. That is Frogfolk Warriors, another mercenary unit review for Battlefields of Mana. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it. And until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another Battlefields of Mana unit review. We're still talking mercenaries. In this case, this is one of the most unique units in the game. You are looking at the Mana Shard Cannon. Alright, so what makes a mercenary unit unique? Well, first of all, you have to earn the right to even include a mercenary unit in your army. And second, you can only include 1 of them in your army. Unlike, if you're playing Lunar Knights or Regal Guard, you can include up to 4 of those, any kind of units, archers, bowmen, whatever you want. Crossbowmen, I mean. Up to 4 of each of those units. Mercenaries, though, you can only include 1 of each different type of mercenary in your army. Now, what did I mean by you had to earn the right to even use them? That's right. Mercenaries are a unique bunch. They want to know that they're being hired by someone worthy. So, what you do as a player, you say, well, in future battles, I'd like to have the option to include a Mana Shard Cannon in my army. So You find an opponent, they're going to put together a Marauder army and include the mercenary unit you want to eventually be eligible for in that army. You then play the battle, of course, you playing as Lunar Knights or Regal Guard or what have you. And then if you win, from then on, every future battle, you have the option of including that army. And of course, then maybe next time you're like, well, now I also want to include Mountain Dwarves. And then you do the whole thing again. So every time you want a new mercenary army, you have to beat them in battle. And then you've earned the right. So for example, Mana Shard Cannon here has a banner bearer depicting Marauders. That may be how they look when you are first facing them, but after beating them and claiming ownership, you then get to, when you use them, stick your own banner bearer there. For example, if you're a Regal Guard fan, put a generic Regal Guard banner bearer with the Mana Shard Cannon. So why may you want to include a Mana Shard Cannon in your Battlefields of Mana army? Oh my God, folks. This unit is absolutely one of the most unique things that I have ever, not to toot my own horn, but come up with in game design. It literally has almost an entire page of rules all on its own. Let's go down the line. Attack dice, mana tokens. What does that mean? Well, we'll talk about that in a second, but essentially for every mana token you spend, you get to roll a die. Also, and that's in range. Now in melee, because you definitely don't want the Mana Shard Cannon to get caught up in a close combat attack, but if it happens, it's 1 die per crew member. Then combat strength is when it is shooting, it is +1 in range. Armor value of 1, so whether it's being shot at or close combated against, it only takes 2s or more to hit it. However, defensively, against ranged attacks, for example, the crew might hide behind the machine, it is +1 to the defense dice. The range is the entire length of the board, starting from the cannon, going in the direction that it's pointing. A flame template. I don't have one out here with me, but it is a long, curved, it starts kind of narrow, then gets bigger and bulbous and curves around with a half circle at the end, starting at the tip of the cannon all the way to the opposite end of the board, wherever it's pointing. That is what its range is, and it affects everything, friend and foe, in that line of fire. Now it has a movement of 3 inches, so it can move up to 3 inches in a movement action, or using both movement actions, it can move up to 6. I don't think it cannot, yeah, it can't, okay, so it actually can, and this is unlike the Siege Engine, which was not able to move and shoot in the same turn. The Arcane Cannon can, so you can pivot it in 1 turn and fire it. Now, if you move it twice, move it up to 6 inches, you do not get to fire in the same turn. And then initiative is +2, so God forbid you do get into close combat. You can see these crew members are actually kind of like dragonkin, so they're not the worst melee fighters either. So in close combat, they do add +2 to their initiative roll. Health is 6, and that's denoted by each crew member having 2 HP. So as you know, you take every 2 wounds you take, you remove a crew member. Crew members are just abstractly put around the device itself. They don't block line of sight. You can't attack a crew member itself. You get into base contact with the cannon. These don't block movement, so if someone wants to get into the back of the cannon, you just move the figure around, or not even have these on the table. You could have the crew off the table if that's easier for you. And then the ability is the Arcane Cannon. We'll talk about that in a second. And then the cost is 7 points. The second most expensive unit in the game. Okay, so let's go through what the Arcane Cannon does exactly. It is a war machine. During Phase 3 range combat, the Arcane Cannon may absorb mana and fire its cannon in the same turn, or save some or all of the mana to be spent during a future turn. While the arcane cannon does not suffer from the move to fire penalty if it fires its cannon in the same turn that it moved once, it cannot fire the cannon that it moved in the same turn if it moved twice. So, to absorb mana, roll the War Machine misfire die, which is the 6-sided die with 5 faces of numerical values and a single face indicating a misfire. If the die results in one of the 5 faces showing a numerical value, collect that much mana. The arcane cannon cannot possess more than 12 mana tokens at any time. Any mana collected over 12 is lost. Keep any mana absorbed by the cannon separate from any mana channeled by your sorcerer or magic user. If the misfire symbol is rolled when absorbing mana, roll a d6. The arcane cannon either takes a wound on a result of 1 to 3 or nothing happens on a 4 to 6. When firing, every mana token spent equals 1d6 worth of attack dice. Discard all mana spent. Place the arcane cannon's specialized long rounded template in front of the cannon, directly parallel with the cannon, straight out front, largest end furthest away. The cannon's range extends straight out till it hits the opposite board edge. All units and single figures that the template touches are affected, including friendly units and single figures. Every unit single figure touched by the template each take the full value of the attack. Just like with other range attacks, single figure attached to a unit is protected, blah blah blah. While only one range attack roll is made, each unit single figure's range attack defense separately. The arcane cannon benefits from volley. Oh my god, that means 6s explode. And +1 to its range attack combat strength. We already saw that in the combat strength modifier on the stat card. No defensive special abilities or modifiers may be used against the arcane cannon's attack, and defenders do not receive cover bonuses. So it doesn't matter who you are, where you are, this shot is shooting across the entire battlefield. It's going to do up to 12 d6 worth of damage. What else? They're all +1, no defensive modifiers. Natural 6s explode, which can result in additional attack dice. So for 7 points, you are blasting just death across the battlefield, and I love it. All right, folks, that is it. That is the Mana Shard Cannon. It is an arcane cannon. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another unit review for Battlefields of Mana. And folks, here we are. We have made it to the trolls. I can't even fit all 3 of them on the turntable. But just for reference, they would be lined up, just like a typical unit. In this case, 3 wide. Look at that footprint. That is huge on the battlefield. So, trolls are a mercenary unit. Again, what makes mercenaries unique is that you have to earn the right to even include them in your army, and that you can only include 1 unit of each mercenary type in your army. So what does that mean? Well, unlike Regal Guard and Lunar Knights, when you're building an army, you can have up to 4 units of archers or 4 units of light cav. But a mercenary unit, you can only have 1 of. You can, of course, have multiple different mercenaries, but only 1 of each type of mercenary. Now, what did I mean by you had to earn the right to even use them? Well, what that means is you have to beat them in battle. These mercenaries are a little stuffy. They are not just going to take coin from anyone. So what you do is you decide, okay, you know what? In future battles, I want to at least have the option of using trolls. So you find an opponent who's going to build an army of marauders. They're going to include the mercenary unit that you want to eventually use, like trolls. And then you play that battle out using your army of Lunar Knights or Regal Guard or whatever, and then if you beat them, from then on you will have the option of including that mercenary unit in your army, and you rinse repeat for every other mercenary type you may want to include. So why may you want to include trolls? Trolls don't have a banner bearer. If your opponent also has trolls, then just put a colored token near them to denote that they're yours. But trolls, each troll has 4 attack dice. So at most, they'll be rolling 12 attack dice. Also, their combat strength is a +1. So imagine that. They're rolling 12 dice. All of them are +1. Only an armor value of 1, though. As you can see, they're fairly nude, just with a little loincloth. But as you can see the one spinning around right now, you can easily see the cake on that guy. So armor value 1 means 2s or better to hit them. No defensive special abilities, no range, movement 4 inches, so they can move up to 4 inches and still fight, or forego combat that round and move twice, move up to 8 inches. Initiative is +3, so that means when you're fighting them in close combat, the trolls are going to get to add 3 to their initiative die roll. Health, 4 HP per troll, so that's a total of 12 HP. And so every 4 HP that they take, you'll be putting little wound counters. You always just put them on 1, so it's not like you split up 2, 2, and 2 or whatever. So you start on 1, you finish on 1. Once 1 gets up to 4, you remove them as a casualty, and then you continue on with the others. Ability. This is where the trolls absolutely shine. So let's talk about Terrify. Terrify is an anti-defensive special ability that applies to close combat only, so before any defensive abilities are applied by the defender must re-roll any successful defense dice. So, only one time though, when in close combat. And they have to do that in each round of combat. Defense dice that failed to equal or exceed the attack dice are not re-rolled. So any attack dice that already failed don't need to be re-rolled. But after the trolls attack, the defending unit rolls their defense dice. Any defense dice that fail, they just put those to the side. But any defense dice that actually negated an attack die, they have to re-roll those. So there's a chance that they'll lose even more defense dice, and more attack dice will get through. So I'm just reading off of the ability sheet here. There's a lot of examples. So for example, the attack die result was 6, 5, 5, and a 4. The defense die is 6, 5, 4, and 4. So the defense dice of 6, 5, and 4 would be re-rolled, and that extra 4 would be discarded. And then you re-roll the 6, 5, and a 4. And see what happens. After the Terrify reroll has been resolved, the defender may then apply any of their own defensive special abilities like parry or dodge, and the defense modifiers, which are plus or minus to defense, are applied to all rolls, both before and after Terrify. And units and single figures with Terrify do not panic, so these trolls will never panic. And then, of course, as most trolls do, they have Regenerate. So at the end of every turn, both their own and the opponent's, units and single figures that have taken wounds and have the Regenerate ability each roll a d6. A 4+ heals d4 wounds. Keep track of figures with Regenerate that have been slain each turn, as a successful regeneration at the end of the turn may keep them in play. Figures slain on prior turns cannot be brought back to life with Regenerate. So, for example, in this case, if we took 5 wounds, this guy's dead. 1 more wound on someone else, we roll for Regenerate, and we fail. We roll a 1 through 3. Next turn, we take a couple more wounds, add it to that guy over there, roll to Regenerate, and we roll 4. So we remove all 3 wounds from that guy, but that 4th extra thing doesn't bring this guy back from a turn ago. If this guy would have been killed this turn and we rolled a 4, then we could have brought him back, but not this guy we lost on a previous turn. So that is it. So Terrify makes them re-roll successful defense rolls. So that means more attacks get through. And these attacks are already pretty brutal with 12 total attack dice, all +1. Defender has to re-roll successful defense dice, and any attacks that get through on the trolls may be regenerated. How much does it cost? 7 points. That's right, folks. It costs 7 points to include a unit of trolls in your army, and I absolutely love it. All right, that is going to do it for this unit review. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another Battlefields of Mana unit review. In this case, we're looking at Mountain Dwarves. another type of mercenary unit. So what makes mercenaries mercenaries? Well, a couple things. First, you can only include one unit of each type of mercenary in your army at a given time. So, for example, when you're crafting your army of Lunar Knights or Regal Guard, you can have up to 4 units of any type, 4 units of archers, 4 units of Bidowers. But for mercenaries, you are limited to 1 of each. Now, because of that, they are typically a little more bang for your buck. Also, you have to earn the right to even include them in your army. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means you have to beat them in battle first. So what you'll do is you'll be like, okay, in future battles, I want the option of including mountain dwarves. So what you'll do is you'll get an opponent who will put together a marauder army, include a unit of mountain dwarves in there, or whatever the mercenary unit you want to use in the future is. You have to play that battle out using your army of Regal Guard or Lunar Knights or whatever, and then if you beat them in battles going forward, you will have the option of including mountain dwarves. So why may you want to use mountain dwarves? Well, first of all, this is what they may look like when you're fighting them when they are controlled by the Marauder player, with the generic Marauder banner bearer in there. But once you eliminate them, once you win that battle, and let's say you're a Regal Guard fan, then you can stick a generic Regal Guard banner bearer in there. That might be what they look like when they are a part of your army. So again, why may you want them? Well, let's take a look at these stats. These are just insane. First of all, attack dice 3. So every figure in close contact will get to roll 3 dice each, all of which combat strength +1. So add 1 to the result of every die, and of course, max out at 6. Armor 3, that means these dwarves, you can only hit them if you're opposing on 4s or better when you're rolling attack dice. Defense of +1, so that means even if somehow you get past their armor, when they're rolling their defense dice, all their defense dice are all +1. Now, they have no range. They are a little slower, movement of 3 inches, which means they can move 3 and still attack, or forego combat that turn and move twice up to 6 inches. Initiative of +2. That means when you're rolling to see who goes first in a close combat, the mountain dwarves will get to add 2 to their initiative die roll. Health of 2, so every mountain dwarf has 2 HP, which means every 2 wounds the unit takes eliminates another mountain dwarf as a casualty. And then we get into the fun part. Brutality. They have brutality. If you recall brutality, that is the ability that allows units to re-roll attack die results that failed to pierce the defender's armor. So imagine this. Mountain dwarves are rolling 3 dice each. If they're fighting someone to the front, that's 3, 6, 9 dice. They're all +1. If any of those 9 dice somehow still fail to pierce the defender's armor, let's say the defender had an armor of 3, so the mountain dwarves needed 4s or better. If they rolled a bunch of 1s and 2s, even with the +1, that wouldn't, be 4 or more, so they could re-roll all their 1s and 2s. With that brutality special ability. So 9 dice, all +1, re-rolling misses. Plus, if only 4s or better can hit them, and if any dice do hit them, their defense dice are all +1. How much does something like this cost? That's insane. 5. 5 points. Now that may sound a little expensive, or you may be saying, wow, it's only 5, because you imagine heavy cavalry are rolling 9 dice, all +1. They're armor 3, but they sure aren't defense +1. And they don't have brutality either. So that's just absolutely nuts. So for 5 points, you can include a unit of mountain dwarves, which are freaking awesome. And I think every single dwarf in this unit is a different pose. Isn't that cool? A lot of figures are, duplicate poses. We had the Peasant Militia, who were 2 different poses. But every one of these 5 mountain dwarves, they are all different poses. That is just so cool. All right, folks, that is it. I mean, offensive juggernauts, defensive juggernauts, all for 5 points. All right, folks, thank you all so much for watching. This has been another mercenary unit review for Battlefields of Mana, the Mountain Dwarves. Thank you so much for watching. I truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, welcome back to another Battlefields of Mana unit review, and oh yeah, we are looking at some mercenaries. And that's even in their name too, even though they are just strictly a unit type known as mercenary, but these are specifically the Mercenary Crossbows. These are one of the best ranged units in the game, especially if you don't want to be afraid to stick them where they may end up in close combat as well. So what makes a mercenary unit a mercenary unit? Because of course we have the Lunar Knights, Regal Guard, all their forces. We have the Marauders, all their different unit types. And then we have these mercenary units, a bunch of different mercenary units. The thing that makes mercenary units unique is you can only field one of each mercenary type in your army at a given time. So, unlike, you're building a Lunar Knight army, you can have up to 4 archers, up to 4 light cavalry, whatever the case may be. You may want to include a unit of mercenary crossbows. That's cool, but you can only include one of them. Now, of course, you can include multiple different mercenary units, but only one of each. Additionally, because of that, they do typically pack a little more bang for your buck. Also, you have to earn the right to even field them. What does that mean? Well, these mercenaries are a little skeptical about who hires them, so you have to beat them in battle first. What that means is get an opponent, they're going to build a marauder army. They will include a unit of the mercenary type that you want to use in future battles. So in this case, you want to use, let's say, mercenary crossbows. So you'll stick a unit of mercenary crossbows in a marauder army that you will play against. And if you beat them, you will then have the option in all future battles of including mercenary crossbows in your army. If you're a Regal Guard fan, it might look something like this. Stick a little Regal Guard generic banner bearer in the unit. So why may you want to include mercenary crossbows? Well, let's run down the stats. And I mean, just wait, this is pretty impressive. So first of all, attack dice 2. Normally, for pretty much all other ranged units, it's always been 1. Because don't forget, you get that back rank of supporting attacks. This is a unit that is going to be shooting 9 dice, 2 for every figure in the front rank and 1 for each supporting figure in the back rank, assuming you haven't taken casualties. +1 in range, just like crossbows. 9 dice, all +1. Are you kidding me? Armor 2. Also notice there was no negative combat strength or defense in close combat. Archers, crossbows, they're all -1 in melee. These guys, look at those huge axes they're also wielding. They are not afraid of close combat. So they are +1 combat strength in range, but there are no penalties for melee. Armor 2, which is double what the armor was for archers and crossbows, so that means only 3s or better will hit these guys. No defensive abilities, but also no defensive disabilities. Range 8, movement 3, so because of all that equipment, they are a little slower. They're moving 3 inches, or they can forego their combat that turn and move twice and move up to 6 inches. Initiative of +2, so they even have better initiative than most other ranged units. So when they're in close combat and they're rolling to see who goes first, they get to add 2 to their initiative die result. Health of 2, so every figure in the unit has 2 HP, so every 2 wounds the unit takes, you will remove one of the figures as a casualty. And then they have the volley special ability, so they do not have the move to fire disability. These guys can march and shoot and be just as accurate if they move during the turn. And they have volley. If you remember volley During a ranged attack, any 6s that you roll explode. Every 6 you roll is another die you get to roll. So if you roll your attack dice and you roll 3 6s, well, you get 3 more attack dice. Roll those. If any of those are 6s, roll more dice. That chain can explode forever, potentially. How much does all this cost? 5 points. I mean, that sounds like an absolute bargain when you think of all you're getting. Essentially, 9 dice shooting at 8 inches of range. You can move and shoot in the same turn, so with a 3-inch movement, technically that's 11 inches. So 9 dice at 11 inches, all 9 dice are +1, and any natural 6s you roll explode into more dice. I mean, are you kidding me? These guys are competent in close range. And by competent, I mean, you know, not the best. They do have 2 dice a figure. And that's pretty much it. They do have a +2 initiative, which is okay. So they have basically the combat profile of like a swordsman unit, but without the parry defensive ability. So they're not afraid of a little melee, but they super excel at range. 9 dice, all +1, 6s explode. I mean, come on. 5 points? That seems insane. All right, folks, that's where we're going to wrap it up for Mercenary Crossbows. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it, and until next time. Hey everyone, Rick here, and folks, this is it. Did I save the best for last? Because this is almost my 40th video that I recorded. I did this all in one evening. What time is it? It's almost 11 p.m. here in Nebraska. When did I start recording this? Maybe, I don't even know. I've probably been recording videos for 5 or 6 hours. This is like my 38th or 36th video or something like that. Oh, I thought I was going to do this over a period of several days, but I did it all in one day. Probably going to have a lot of uploads coming up. Maybe do one a day or a couple a day or something on the Battlefields of Mana YouTube channel. So anyway, this is the last video. This is the last unit. We've talked about all the Regal Guard, all the Lunar Knights, all the infantry, all the range, all the cavalry, all the heroes, all the marauders, and now finishing off all the mercenaries. So to recap, what is a mercenary? Well, unlike Lunar Knights or Regal Guard, when you're building those armies, you can have up to 4 of each different unit type. You can have 4 units of archers, 4 units of light cav. Mercenaries, you get a little more bang for your buck. You're only actually allowed 1 unit in your army of each different mercenary type. And because of that, they are a little more bang for your buck. So also, you can have multiple different mercenary types, like you can have a unit of these Serpent Sharpshooters and also a unit of greatswords. So you can have multiple different mercenaries, but only 1 of each different mercenary type. And of course, I do have enough for if both players ended up wanting to use the same mercenary unit, they could in a single battle. The other big thing about mercenary units is you have to earn the right to even field them. So what does that mean? Well, mercenaries, you know, in this case, are a little skeptical about who hires them. They don't just take coin from anybody, contrary to popular belief. So you have to beat them in battle first. The way that works is, you know, as a player, you say, okay, well, in the future, you know, I'd like to field Serpent Sharpshooters. Well, what happens is you find an opponent, they're going to build an army of Marauders. They are then going to include the mercenary unit that you want to field in the future. So it might look something like this, with a generic Marauder standard bearer in the unit. So you'll play that game. You'll create your army of Lunar Knights or Regal Guard or whatever. Play that game out. If you win, you then, for the rest of time, have the option of including that mercenary unit in your army going forward. So it might look something like this. If you're a Regal Guard fan, stick a generic Regal Guard banner bearer in the unit, and now you get to field them in your own army. I love these Serpent Sharpshooters. There's so many different poses. I think there's 3 poses in this unit. There may even be more poses. You know, I have enough for 2 full units of these guys. So Serpent Sharpshooters, why may you want to include them in your army? Well, let's run down these stats and see if they are worth saving for last. First of all, 1 attack die apiece. That may not sound like a lot, especially in close combat. That means they're only going to be rolling up to 3 dice. Combat strength, there is none. Armor, 2, which means in order to hit them, attackers will need to roll 3s or better. Now, no defensive special abilities. The Serpent Sharpshooters are just going to be rolling their typical defense dice. Range, however, is 12. They are going to be shooting a 12-inch range. Movement is 5. They're moving 5 inches. And if they forego combat that turn, they can move twice, move up to 10 inches, but actually even more than that. We'll talk about that in a second. But typically, that's what it would mean. Initiative is +4. That is the highest non-hero initiative bonus in the game, tied with light cavalry, who are also +4. So initiative bonus means when you are in close combat and you are rolling off to see who goes first, initiative bonus is added to the roll of a d6. So Serpent Sharpshooters are going to be adding 4 to their die. Not that you really ever want to get them into close combat, but maybe with such a high initiative. Health is a 2, so every figure in the unit has 2 HP, which means every 2 wounds the unit takes, you will remove a figure as a casualty. And then look at all these abilities. This is what makes the Serpent Sharpshooters as deadly as they are. And number 1 is nimble. So kind of negate everything I just said about the moving and shooting that we just talked about. Nimble means they get an extra free movement action. So what that means is they can move twice and still take a combat action or move 3 times. With a movement of 5, that means this unit can move 5 inches, 10 inches, or 15 inches in a single turn. Don't forget, Battlefields of Mana typically played on a 2-foot by 2-foot playing surface. They can move 15 inches in a single move turn. Or, with that 12-inch range, they can move twice, 5 more, that's 10 inches, and then still shoot 12 inches. That's a total of 22 inches. Essentially, that's anywhere on the board, turn 1, they will be able to shoot. Now, of course, in range combat, you get supporting attacks. So when they are shooting, assuming they've taken no casualties, they'll be rolling 6 dice. 6 dice with a 22-inch range, and that is not where it stops. Poison. So that means if they do hit even a single wound on an opponent, that unit or single figure or whatever is now poisoned. We'll put a poison token on them. At the end of every turn, your turn and my turn, units with poison roll a d6. On a 1, it takes 2 wounds, unblockable. On a 2 or a 3, 1 wound, unblockable. 4 or 5, nothing, and a 6 cures them of poison. So you can just imagine these Serpent Sharpshooters running all across, up and down the board, firing their shots, poisoning every unit in the game as they shoot. Notice there's no move to fire penalty. So attack dice have no penalty even if they moved the same turn they shoot. And we're still not done. Brutality means every attack die, both close combat or range, that fails to pierce the defender's armor gets to be re-rolled 1 time. Are you kidding me? So let's recap this. Serpent Sharpshooters, moving up to 10 inches and still firing 12 inches. So that's essentially 22 inches of range, rolling 6 attack dice that could poison, and any misses get to be re-rolled. I mean, come on, are you kidding me? Cost for all that is 5 points. 5 points for one of the most deadly accurate ranged units in Battlefields of Mana. And that, folks, is where we are ending it. We have now completed reviewing all of the mercenary units. All right. Thank you all so much. If you've watched these in order and this was the last one and you've actually watched all 30 to 40 videos, my gosh, I absolutely commend you. Thank you all so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it. And until next time.